Hello and welcome slightly late to the Women's British Championships up here at Eternum CrossFit in Lochgelly, Scotland. We've only missed a couple of lifts. That's Kate Clark from YNE on the platform right now with 1:15. We've got a little bit of technical trouble here. The power keeps going out, the score sheets are down, but we'll try and keep you up to date with what's going on. My name's Joe Whiteley. I'm here today with Alex Pearson-Jones to try and interpret the competition and, well, keep you up to date with the scores while you can't see them on the screen. Love to tell you who is coming up next, but I don't actually know.
Right now is 9, right now 9, please.
We've had a fantastic competition here today so far. We've had British records fall. And this afternoon we have 3 groups. We have the C group, which will be the 57 kilo class, the D group, which is the 76 kilo class, and the E group, 84 and 84 plus.
At 115 kilos.
I think this is Lucy Robinson, 115.
That is 2-1, a good lift.
Red card from the centre referee there. If you look at the lights in the bottom right, you'll see there's little coloured circles come up beneath the red lights, and that tells you what colour failure it was. And on squat, red is always for depth.
You've got the crew, got the archive sheets.
So we have 3 groups lifting back to back. 57s are on the platform right now. We have in this group the biggest bencher in the UK, the biggest deadlifter in the UK. We would have had the biggest squatter as well, but Camille unfortunately is injured and can't make it. And I have a little bit of inside information there that deadlift might be broken today. That looked like a really nice easy opener. We have 1 red light there with a blue card. Blue card is for lockout on squat. So you have to be upright with your knees locked at the start and the end.
Next one on the bar, 132.5 kilos for Shelley Passmore.
Shelley Passmore out next, 132.5. We're just trying to bring that score sheet back up for you so you've got a bit more information on the screen.
Bar is loaded. 132.5 kilos for Shelley Passmore.
So here's Shelley, a local lifter. PB's 145, so she's well within her capabilities with 132.5 for an opener. A little bit of sticky on the way up there. You think that's just nerves?
Oh, maybe. We've got 3 reds off the depth as well.
Oh, I looked at you to ask you that and I missed the fact that she'd failed the lift.
It looked reasonably comfortable. It's pretty surprising to see 3 reds on depth on that first one. Sometimes nerves do.
When it's 3 red lights, you can't really argue, can you?
Not at all.
I can see 132.5 on the bar.
So Amelia Cook's come up now for her opener.
She's taking a little moment there to get stable. Strength certainly fine.
3 white lights and a good left for Amelia and 132.5. Good left
3 white lights for Amelia there.
135 next one and a half for Ruth Grigg. And it's looking and Joy to get ready.
Okay, we have Ruth Grigg coming out next, and that looks like 135 on the bar. They haven't loaded this side though, so I'm not sure. Yeah, 135 on the bar for Ruth Grigg, YNE.
Bar is loaded.
Being handled today by the inimitable Eric Marta. You know you've got some support when you've got Eric in your corner. I'm not really familiar with Ruth. She's nominated in 3rd place though, behind Joy and Bobby. So looking for some good things here. Oh wow. That looked very easy.
Very strong actually.
Adejoki Adetayo next from Greater London. Nominated in 4th. I think she's relatively new, but she was 4th at the British last year. I haven't seen her too much before, other than that though. Best squatting competitions 160. She's got 150 on the bar there. Of course, we need to be looking out for as well who's aiming for international totals, A and B. Lovely indeed. Nice opening squat there.
3 white lights and a good left for Adejoki at 150. 160 kilos on the bar, please loaders. Enjoy the rally. She'll be followed by Bobby Butters, and then we go down to the top again with Kate Clark.
Okay, next up we have Joy Namani, unbeaten at the British Championships, unbeaten at the World Championships for the last few years.
The bar is loaded.
4 times world champion. She has world records in 2 weight classes, I think. I think for a while there was 2 age classes, 3 weight classes, but I think she's still got world records in 2 weight classes. Absolutely incredible deadlifter.
You also might notice that Joy comes out here with no knee sleeves or a belt, which is particularly
no
different.
wrist wraps. Yeah, it's absolutely well. Well, that didn't look too easy, did it? She looks quite relaxed. And it was a good lift. She likes to give us a bit of a shocker sometimes, does Joy. And of course, the way she's built, she's got such long femurs, she has to sit back so far into that squat. Really folds up at the bottom. And next out, the phenomenal Bobby Butters, world record holder in the squat. Absolutely love Bobby, she's such a fierce lifter. And I think at the last, not the 2021, but the 2020 British Championships, Joy Namani had to pull an unofficial world record just to match Bobby on body weight. Easy work there, 167.5 on the bar. Okay, we are through to round 2 of the squats. So we have Winya Yao coming out for 117.5.
Bar is loaded. 117.5 kilos from Kate Clark.
Yeah, I think it's working really good.
Excellent. We have a score sheet. We might be able to bring you some more information.
So we've got Katie Clark here with 117 kilos on the bar for the first squat of the second round.
Well spotted. I think I called out someone else. Nice lift there for Katie.
117.5, 120 next on the bar.
So it's Winya Yao out next. Jake Downs in her corner there. Donut barbell. She squatted 110 for her opener. She's coming out for 120 for her second. This is her first British Championship. She's done a couple of local competitions. A little bit of knee cave there. Would you be concerned about that, Alex?
I don't know if I would. I mean, it's pretty normal to see a little bit of knee cave or a little bit of shift towards the inside of the foot on the squat. If they're really shifting hard one side over another, it's often a bit of a bad sign. But when it's just got both knees coming in a little bit, oftentimes that's okay.
And we do see it from Leah Bavoil, don't we? Yeah, and you wouldn't argue with her on squat.
No, I mean, you see it quite often with lifters, without getting kind of too far into squatting mechanics. It's not uncommon for that to happen.
Sure.
And often it's actually a stronger position for the lifter as they come out.
Claudia Nicholson up next from the southeast. Yeah, she's got very long legs for a squatter, hasn't she? It does give you a bit of a disadvantage in the lift, but she made easy work of that.
Interesting to see how different entries from the second lift from Joy and Bobby have happened here. Joy only jumping 5 and Bobby jumping 10. And maybe looking to go for extend her own record.
Well, I think that also reflects how easy both their squats looked, both their openers looked. Here's Lucy Connolly. I think I called her Lucy Robinson earlier, but we have information available now, and this is Lucy Connolly for 125.
So Shelley's actually gone up 5 kilos from her opening lift here, according to our score sheet.
Oh, she failed it and then went up.
So a slightly more aggressive strategy, game planning wise.
Well, from the angle I was watching it, I wouldn't like to call that at all.
2-1, I'm afraid, but I still get.
Well, she's in trouble now.
It does leave Shelley in a bit of a sticky situation, so effectively it's do or die on her squat if she wants to stay in this competition.
But at least the weight's causing her no trouble. It's certainly easy enough for her. She just needs to sink it that little bit further. And I don't know about you, but I've walked out for my third squat with nothing on the board, and it is not a position you want to be in.
I personally have never been there, but I've been there as a coach, and it can be pretty nerve-wracking to say the least.
Amelia Crook now, 140. This is a good squat. She's got quite a narrow stance, hasn't she, with toes forward. Do you think we see that more often now that Leah Bavois is kind of popularised the style.
I think we might be. I think, you know, a few years ago, people kind of thought there was a particular powerlifting style or stance for a squat. And where a few notable lifters have kind of broken that mold a little bit, I think people are kind of a little bit more accepting of kind of putting where they feel most comfortable as long as they can kind of make that competition standard.
Because it's a lot more, it's down to a lot more than just the mechanics of how long your femurs are. It's the insertion at the hip joint as well. Depends on how you're most comfortable squatting.
Yeah, and the same with kind of like a toe angle thing as well. Some people kind of feel like they get a little bit of hip pinching if they're too straight toed or too far out, or they don't have enough room to, you know, to kind of hit depth. So outside of, you need to be able to hit depth, and then you need to worry about what's a comfortable stance and what's repeatable for you. And I think a lot of particularly lighter weight classes are starting to gravitate towards some of those narrow stances, just being slightly smaller in general as well.
Sure. Here's Ruth for 145.
It's a 10 kilo jump from her opener. Her opener looked fantastic, so completely makes sense.
Now, from the angle we've got, I would not have any clue about depth, but the referees do, and they say it's good.
160 next on the line.
Adejoki next, Greater London. $10 jump, but it was nice and easy, her opener, wasn't it?
Looked pretty solid from memory. It's going to be really interesting kind of battle for third that we've got going on potentially after the forecast also.
Well, I think that is going to be, when you've got lifters the standard of Bobby Butters and Joy Namani, I think the only battle you've got going there is for third place. But, you know, you don't discount Bobby. I know Joy, it's hard to bet against her with that deadlift, and the deadlifter has all the power. But Bobby is team subtotal. She's got a phenomenal squat, a brilliant bench. Here's Adejoki first for 160.
Solid squat there.
Very fast descent, wasn't it?
That's 2-1, a good lift, Adejoki. Red card from the centre referee.
Centre referee was for depth.
We've seen quite a few of those left so far, actually, where the side referees.
Yeah, it's not unusual for the centre ref to give a different verdict to the sides, but we are seeing quite a few red cards there from the centre on this session. And Joy, as you say, only gone up 5 kilos.
She did make us a little bit nervous on her opener there, though, so we'll see.
Not for the first time. She struggled a bit in Halmstad. She was called for, both in Halmstad actually and at the last Women's British, for having her elbows on her knees. And I just got finished saying you don't see that very often, and Alexander Eriksson did it. Look there. I mean, it doesn't look like she's getting any real drive out of the hole. She squatted 190 in the gym over lockdown, but we've not seen that really translate to the platform. Look at Bobby on screen there. She's so fierce.
So fired up. I'd love to see it. It's really fascinating as well for me, just seeing the different emotional states different lifters get in for this kind of peak performance.
And we've got two extremes there, haven't we, with Joy and Bobby?
Couldn't be any further away from one another in terms of their peak performance, the way that they treat themselves on competition day.
So 177.5. This is only 3 kilos below her own British world record. She took the world record in Halmstad back in September.
That was a big battle between herself and Maria T, if I remember correctly, in Canada. you've got to think Bobby's going to load for the British
absolutely
record.
is. Absolutely. So, what would you do here? Would you go for the chip?
If I was coaching Bobby right now, I would ask her if she thought 183 or 185.5 was the better call.
I'm saying 183.
Right. Now, with a record attempt, you can load half a kilo above whatever the record is. So theoretically, Bobby could load 181 or 181.5 or whatever she wanted in a denomination of a half a kilo.
But that was super strong, wasn't it?
That looked fantastic to me. So personally, I think if I was coaching Bobby right now, I'd lean towards 185.5. But it's always difficult to say exactly how
Interesting,
much.
we're both wrong. She's put 185 in. She's not taken the chip.
There you go. Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder why that is.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, especially if we think that, if she's trying to beat Joy, which you would have thought she's going to try to be doing that kind of forces Joy to then try and take a record later on.
So here's Kate T. Clark from YNE for 122.5.
Fantastic third attempt.
That's a good lift. 3 wide lights for Kate Clark. 3 for 3 so far. 125 on the bar.
That's great. That's a big PB for Katie. And we have Claudia Nicholson coming out next. First British Championships. She's the English bench press champion, so we might see a big bench from her a little bit later on. But for the moment, 125 on the bar for Claudia. Gets the command, sinks it down. Nice. I think she sandbagged a little bit there. I think she had more in the tank.
I think she probably had another 2.5.
I think so. Better to say I could have done more though than I wish I'd done less.
Absolutely, absolutely. Miss lifts don't count for anything on the total. So it's always better to leave that 2.5 in the tank, especially in my opinion on the squat, because you have to deadlift later on. Right?
Yeah, sure. Winya Yao, 125. She's pushed through it.
Did she get it? Did she get it? 2 to 1. She got it.
2 to 1. A good lift. 2 to 1 in a good way.
Excellent in your third attempt. Nothing more than got there. 130 next on the bar for Lucy Connolly.
Lucy Connolly next for 130. Just a reminder that this is the 57 kilo class, and we are having 3 groups lift back to back: the 57s, the 76s, and the 84 and 84 plus.
Should be some fantastic battles out here today, and lots of different records being broken.
130 kilos, Lucy Connolly.
PB for Lucy. She's done 127.5 before.
Great lift there for Lucy. Great fight.
Oh, sorry, that is
not
no
quite
lift.
deep
2 to
enough.
1. Red
That's a
cards.
shame.
Red cards for depth. Sorry, no lift.
It's a moral victory. She stood up with it. She's clearly got the strength. I'm sure she'll come back for that next time.
So this is for Shelley now. This squat is Shelley battling post the total. She needs to make this to stay in the competition.
She needs our support to sink it deep and drive it up. Okay.
It's been depth both times.
You know what to do.
So she's just got to go as low as she can possibly go. She's got the strength. And there's a lot of support in the crowd here.
Sink it deep, drive it up. Come on.
That's a very low bar position she's got. I wonder if that contributes
You're gonna do this.
to issues with depth. Doesn't look Much deeper. Let's see what the referees say.
Sorry, that is 2-1. That is no lift.
That's a real shame because she's capable of putting up a decent total, which she won't be able to do now. She will be able to continue in the competition, but unfortunately she won't now be in the placings for the main race.
2 attempts only to take D group winners.
Such a shame to see that, but it happens sometimes, and often lifters come back and have some of the best meets they've had after a bit of a setback like this one.
And you do a lot of learning. I mean, I see the lifters that come back and complain about the referees and then they go out and continue to squat high. The lifters that take it on board and change their training, they're the ones that succeed. So Amelia's only gone up 2.5 from her second.
Currently, 3 of them all projected in around 5 kilos of one another in that third place spot. It's going to be a really, really tight battle in there.
That's what we like to see.
Great fight.
The smile on her face.
You know, that side camera, it's a great angle, but because it's high and looking down, I'm finding it impossible to judge depth from it.
I'm kind of sat in a position here where I can kind of see that lift.
Yeah, Alex has got a decent view by eye, but unfortunately I'm reliant on the camera angle. I have someone sat right in front of me.
So Ruth's second looked fantastic. Coming out here with 150, 5 kilos more than her second attempt.
Bar is loaded. 150 kilos winning.
Here she comes, third squat.
Ruth also has the third heaviest bench opener.
Oh, interesting.
So it looks like she's going to be team subtotal as well, Joe, potentially.
Nice. Comfortable even.
Very nice for Ruth. 3 white lights and a good lift.
Some solid stuff there for Ruth, 3 for 3.
Do you know, it's probably only 3 or 4 years ago that would have been a British record. The standard, the improvement in standard has just been phenomenal.
I think sometimes we forget because Bobby and Joy they're lifters on home soil, but those two really are like trailblazers in that world-class spot in the 57s. And sometimes we get to see them compete a little bit more. It kind of brings them a little bit more down to earth, but really the standard of lifting in the 57s is absolutely exceptional.
And a joke here next, 167.5. And let's not forget, this is a phenomenal squat for 57.
This is a 7.5 kilo increase from her second attempt.
I'd say that was a little bit ambitious. But, you know, she hopefully knows her own strength better than we do. And she clearly does. That was a very well judged third attempt. Oh, but not deep enough. That's a real shame. That would have put her ahead in the race for third, and now she's behind, and it's going to be really tight in there. Joy looking casual as ever.
So Joy's jumped another 5 kilos here to 170, but her second looked better than her opener, so we'll see what happens.
Maybe she'll stop sandbagging and absolutely smoke it. Come on, Joy, you got this. gained, and it looked easier than any of the rest. Oh, interesting. Right, I'm going to look at the referees now. Yep, elbows. Elbows on knees. So I wasn't looking for that, and I didn't spot it. But that's what the referees are for.
So if you were to watch the replay back, Joy's elbows kind of rolled downwards towards her thighs as she comes out of the hole. And
if you drive your elbows into your legs in such a way to gain support from it, that's a fail. Now here we go. We have an unofficial world record on the bar. 185 kilos for the phenomenal Bobby Butters.
Bobby electing not to take the chip, which is really, really interesting.
Yeah, I would definitely have taken it. Because if you can do 185, you can do 185.5, right?
Yeah, and like we mentioned earlier, if her and Joy are going to be close on a total, it's going to force Joy to take the chip, which is a huge advantage.
Come on, Bobby, you've got this. And she absolutely has. Let's wait for the referee's decision. And that is a new British record and an unofficial world record in UPB for Bobby Butters.
First way of the bar, 120 kilos. We're changing referees, we're changing spotters.
Okay, we're doing the dance to the referees now while we go into the next round. And Group D, I believe, is the 76 kilo class. Now, this is going to be interesting. We have Sophia Ellis and Emily Greenway and Susanna Argyle battling for supremacy in the 76ers. Because Sophia won her class in Vasteras, didn't she? I think she did. Let me check that.
So if you're not SPG media, if you don't want lights media, please stay inside the red and white barriers.
She was second. She got the silver in Vasteras.
These two ladies on the table who have done laptop crashing, switching to cards and then switching back, and don't even notice.
What she also got in Vasteras was the European deadlift record at 230.5, which gives an odd situation with the European records where there's 4 weight classes where the deadlift is either 230 or 230.5, all the way up from the 57s all the way up to the 76s.
Is it loaded? The bar is loaded.
So here we go. This is the 76 kilo class, and we are starting off with Rebecca Patterson.
And on nominated total, with the top 4 nominated totals here, we've got 4 lifters within 15 kilos of each other. So if a couple of those guys or girls, at the bottom of the pack could have a good day, and somebody towards the top didn't have a great day, there's definitely some doors getting left open.
It could go anyway. And that's a very careful opening squat there for Rebecca. And we move on to Catherine Gathercole at 130. Another relatively new lifter. She's not done a British Championships before. Just done a couple of local competitions.
Bar is loaded. 130 kilos. Catherine Gathercole.
Very tall lifter. That bar's going to have to move a long way.
Catherine's using rack height 16 here, which I think is actually one higher than I use, and I'm 6 foot tall.
Really?
So we'll see. Probably means she's going to have quite the deadlift too, which by the looks of things she does.
Nice. Drove that up really strong.
Good stuff, great looking lift. I always think it's fantastic when we see lifters do a local meet and once they're qualified just trying to get straight into the deep end with British. I love that.
Natasha Eaton next. Best squat is 152.5, opening at 140, seems about right. Even matched to squat shoes to a single learner.
It's a fantastic outfit. Very solid opening squat there, looks good. See what the refs say.
He says you duck back under the bar there to exit the rack from the back, which is the correct way to do it. It's not actually a rule. You wouldn't fail a lift for coming out the front, but the spotters are expecting you to go out the back. So the problem with coming out the front is you're going to trip over someone. The spotters are approaching, everyone's confused, and it's not a good look. Always come out of the back. Lucy Robinson next, 145.
Very solid opening squat.
Yeah, really strong.
Next weight on the bar remains at 145 for Carol McQuilling. To be followed by Florence and Sophia.
Carol McQuilling, again for 145.
Bars loaded, 145 kilos. Carol McQuilling.
Another relatively new lifter from Wales. Haven't seen a lift before.
Bar speed looked good, running through white lights.
I think all these ladies have taken the advice to put in easy openers today.
Very compact squat style, very narrow grip, very narrow stance.
I sense your approval. Florence Walton next, 155.
Florence Walton.
Been gradually moving up her position at British Championships over the years. See what she can do today. That look good?
So Sophia coming out here is probably the favourite for the class, at least off of nominated total here. 157.5, which...
I think so. She's been looking strong as well. I mean, 500.5, that's a big total in any weight class.
And this is...
The 76s.
So this is heavier than Sophia's, well, 2.5 kilos heavier than her third squat at Euros.
Wow.
2.5 kilos lighter. 2.5 kilos lighter than Sophia's third squat at Euros, so you sense some improvement.
Yeah, she did do 165 at last year's British though, so... Looking strong.
Solid opening squat there from Sophia.
I'm hoping we're going to see a big deadlift from Sophia today. Really am. Rachel Bradish next, YNE. She placed 4th last year. Can she make the podium this year? Gonna have to fight for it.
Depth was not a question there.
That's a good lift. 3 white lights.
Yeah, strength was good too. That side shot has robbed my ability to comment on depth because I'm kind of trying to look through William Brown and I can't see a thing.
I can see we've got some Sister Down fans in the spotting at moment team because there's been some booting going on.
One of the things that's probably worth mentioning in this class is Susanna, who's set to come out last, has actually formerly competed at 72, and when the 69 kilo class was first made, she went down to 69 kilos, and now she's coming back in the 76s. So
yeah,
Susanna's going to be a bit of an interesting one here.
She is, and she's also watched quite a few of her 69 kilo British records be broken today while she wasn't in that class. So she's going to want payback. Emily Greenway first.
Again, another lifter with Susanna coming out super fired up very often, which is always great to see.
She took the bronze medal at the Europeans in Vasteras. All strong. That was very good. I'm going to repeat that there's 180 kilos on that bar because you wouldn't think it the speed she moved it.
Susanna Argyle, 185 kilos off the bar, please. 2 followed by Rebecca and Catherine.
Okay, and it's her squat record at 190. She did that at the British last year, I think. I think I refed it, if I'm honest. Wow.
Bars loaded, 185 kilos, Susanna.
And we are not finished yet. Here's Susanna Argyle for 185, only 5 kilos below the current British record.
And we've also got Emily entering in 190 to equal her own record on her second squat in this next round. So
that's interesting. Would you not chip that?
I personally probably would.
Yeah, I definitely would.
To see why they're not doing that, unless they're saving it for the third for some reason. But I can't see any strategic advantage to that.
I can't. And what if you don't get your third? I would definitely put it in on the second.
Susanna looking really good there.
She does. Her hips came up a little bit early, but she's certainly, the weight didn't trouble her at all. So, here we go. We're through to the second round of squats now, and we are being led out by Rebecca Patterson at 130.
So we may well see the British squat record get broken in the second squat. We'll see what Susanna puts in.
I'll be amazed if we don't.
Bar loaded, 130 kilos for Rebecca Patterson.
So Rebecca Patterson here coming out for 130 kilos. A 10 kilo jump from her opening lift.
Again, very careful. Very controlled.
3 white lights and a good lift, 134 Rebecca. 140 next on the bar, Catherine Gallagher. Tash Eaton and Lucy Robinson to get ready.
Wow, so Susanna's gone for a 13 kilo jump from her opening lift to 198 kilos.
Does that actually say 198? I was peering at it thinking, have I got that right?
198 kilos by the looks of things. Which, if successful, is really going to mix up this score sheet for later on. I guess we're going to have to wait and see what happens with that. From a tactical point of view, Jake really knows what he's doing. Jake Downs, our coach, so we'll see.
I hope so. That's not a million miles away from Jess Bittner's world record, 210.5. So there's Catherine Gathercole, 140.
A 10 kilo jump from her opener.
A little bit of work to do there to push through.
2 to 1. That is a good lift. That bar a long way to go. It went all the way. 1.5 next week on bar for Tash Eaton, Lucy Robinson, and Caroline Willing. Get ready.
Natasha Eaton now for 147.5. She's done 152.5 She did 150 at the British last year. So hopefully this goes well and we'll see her push through for a PB on the next one.
That's what we love to see.
Yeah.
You know, lifters getting PBs and lifting at the highest level. It's really fantastic to see. Even got the pink detail on the socks. The pink accent.
I hadn't spotted that. Look good? Depth was okay, was it?
She looks good for a third squat PB potentially here.
I kind of peered around the side and I thought, I'm not sure about that one. But she was strong. She can move the weight. She needs to dip in a little bit further.
It's sometimes a little bit tricky as well, where the squat looks very similar to their opening lift, which got 3 weights. But sometimes referees are looking for something a little bit different, or maybe they're paying that little bit more.
And you have to think, if 3 referees have turned it down, then there's definitely an issue there. Lucy Robinson now. No, this isn't the Lucy Robinson that used to lift down in Bournemouth, I think. I think we have 2 lifting in the UK now.
We do. So Lucy Robinson, who lifts out of Bournemouth, is actually still a junior, and she's lifting in the 63 kilo class in the juniors this year.
Oh really? This is going to get really confusing.
So yeah, there are two Lucy Robinsons that are both very strong.
Slow and steady, wasn't in any doubt.
We do see some lifters that can just stay under a bar and stand up very, very slowly. Sometimes we do see that, where you kind of get to a point as a commentator, or you watch a lot of powerlifting where you think somebody hasn't got anything left, and yet they just have this ability to just keep going. Their bar speed drops.
Owen has said about my squat. That's hilarious.
155 kilos. Carol.
Here we go, Carol McQuilling, another new lifter. I mean, the expansion in women's lifting has been incredible. I'm not really sure what we attribute that to. Is it the growth of the sport? Is it role models? You've got some really great female lifters out there on the international stage at the minute, or is it just becoming more mainstream?
I honestly think it's probably an amalgamation of all 3. Really focused here. That looked terrific. See, it looked very, very similar to her opening squat.
And I tell you what, the look she's giving the centre ref, I wouldn't dare give her a red light.
It is terrific to see. It was somebody highlighted it to me earlier that for periods of today, it's been an all-female spotting and loading crew as well, which is not something you see too often, which is awesome. I think the involvement or the expansion is powerlifting's generally growing as a whole. But also it's just generally more widely accepted now that people weight train, people train to get stronger, and I think that's fantastic. And really, the women's side of lifting is absolutely exceptional, both in the UK and internationally, and it's fantastic to see. It really, really is.
Here's Florence Walton, 157.5 on the bar. And her face showed a lot of effort, but the bar moved well.
Great lift there from Florence.
And you do see that from some lifters. Ivana Horner's one. You think every lift is RP 11 looking at her face, which she just keeps putting weights on the bar.
So now we kind of get into the 4 lifters who are really looking to contend for these top 3 spots a little bit later on.
So this is a PB for Rachel. She's not done quite this weight before. Nice.
Rachel looking really strong today. Really, really good stuff.
And that's a PB on her second. I think if things are going well and you are improving, then taking a PB on your second, I think, is a really good strategy. Here we go now, Sophia Ellis.
So Sophia jumping 7.5 kilos from her opener.
So this matches the best she's done in competition.
So reasonably conservative jump, but obviously feeling pretty strong to be able to be in this position after her opening lift.
I think she's got a lot of momentum as well. She did well at Halmstad, she did well at Vasteras. And I think momentum's so important psychologically for a lifter. Strong.
Sophia does look strong today.
Good lift. 3 white lights for Sophia. Next weight on the bar. 190 kilo. Emily Greenway.
So Emily Greenway's out next. She's chosen to match her own squat record. Maybe I'm too focused on records. I would have definitely just pushed that up a little bit.
0.5 would have made sense here. Although, you know, if they're maybe gunning for 200 on the third, potentially, or, I mean, if Susanna comes out and makes 198, this one's going to have to be 198.5 or 199.
Maybe so. I mean, that's a big lift for Susanna Argyle. But first, we've got a big lift for Emily Greenway. 190. She did this weight at the Women's British last year, so we know she's got it in her.
Emily's fired up here. Let's see what we can do on the second lift here.
Was that a little smile there when she popped the weight out? Go, yeah, that feels great. And a big smile at the top as well.
I think Emily knows she's good for PB today.
But doesn't it feel great when you pop the weight out of the racks and you go, yeah, that's nothing, I can do this.
You often hear of, you know, the more advanced lifters kind of knowing if they can do the lift when they first take it out of the rack, whether it's a squat or a bench. And I think that sometimes when you see that big grin, you know, like, yep, this should be good.
Yep. So Susanna Argyle is coming out for a phenomenal 198 kilos. The best she's done in competition up to now is 185. But as you say, she's been in the 76, 72s, went down to 69s. She's all the way up into the 76s. And what does she weigh?
75.3
so she's
was her weight.
right up at the top of the weight class as well. So has she just brought 7 kilos of strength gains with the 7 kilos of body weight?
Susanna was very, very lean, and I think had to cut pretty aggressively into the 69s. And I think this is probably more of a comfortable weight for her to sit at.
To walk out though for 13 kilo PB on squat.
Susanna can really grind a squat. Yeah. Followed her for a few years now, seen her lift quite a few times in person, and she definitely knows how to stay under a squat bar, that's for sure.
Look at that, she's got more in the tank there.
We might see a squat north of 200 kilos in the 76s today.
I wouldn't like to call what she's going to put on there. 211 would be a laugh, wouldn't it? Higher than the world record.
I think we'll see 203. I think
that would be a sensible number.
This does kind of pull into account. There's probably a reason for this, but in terms of kind of game day strategy, Emily would have had an opportunity because she was lifting before Susanna to load 190.5. So Emily would have still ended up with that half a kilo extra on her total, even though the record's potentially going to get broken twice here by Susanna. So they have maybe left half a kilo on the table, which in such a tightly contested class you would have thought would definitely be something you'd want to have. Especially considering body weight wise, Emily doesn't have body weight on some of her competitors.
Okay.
She doesn't have it on Sophia.
So we have Rebecca Patterson now. She's been, no, not quite. I was going to say she's been very careful, very composed lifter.
Meticulous, some might say, so far.
Hasn't quite made her third.
Susanna's put in 203 for her third, so really looking to extend that British squat record.
Yeah.
Really piling on the pressure to some of the other folks in the group. It's going to be a really, really interesting one towards the end of the day here.
145 kilos.
And from openers, that actually takes her, if she makes it, puts her half a kilo in front of Sophia.
Wow. I think we're going to see a fight here, but you can't bet against a deadlifter, and Sophia has the deadlift. Catherine Gathercole on the platform right now for 145. see the spotter's really hoping she makes this. They're going to struggle to get her back in the rack with it.
Great save there from the spotting and loading crew. Great job from those guys.
Not quite there today. And there was no drama getting her back in the rack at all.
So Tash electing to repeat her second attempt here, 147.5. 2.5 kilos underneath that competition PB. But it's going to be a long day. She still has to bench and deadlift after this.
Sure. It was depth though, wasn't it? It was depth, not strength. I think she looked strong.
She looked very strong.
Sinking now.
Lots of intent on this walkout.
I didn't really get a view of depth there. Let's see what the referees think. 2-1. That is a good lift.
It looked good from the left side here, but we can't see both hips, we can't see both sides, we can't see what the head ref's seeing. We can only really give our opinion from where we're sat. And that's all it is, an opinion. I don't want to try and overthrow the referees here.
Yeah, the referees are human too. You know, you make the best call you can in the circumstances.
And we're really lucky here today that the referees are rotating in and out every flight.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not as if they're super fatigued from having to ref 12 flights in a row. They should be super switched on for sort of half an hour or so that they're in there. Which I think so far that we've seen this weekend has maintained a really good standard of refereeing.
Yeah, sure. So here's Carol McQuilling for 162.5. She looks so fierce, so focused.
She really squeezes into the bar tightly here.
Well, considering that her PB was 145 20 minutes ago, she's doing really well.
That's quite the competition day to be having.
It is.
So 17.5 kilo competition PB here.
And that looked good.
Pretty white
And
lights.
that's a good lift.
There we go.
First British Championship, and she's got a massive PB and all 3 squats in.
Lucy and Rachel, get ready. Bar is loaded. 162.5 kilos to follow.
Florence Walton straight out for 162.5 as well.
Florence looks so composed. This is a 5 kilo jump from her second attempt.
Really nice, no deviation of position at all there. She didn't let the weight get away from her, just kept pushing.
Very white lights, you'd love to see it.
165 for Lucy Robinson. Lucy will be followed by Rachel and Sophia. 2 attempts to change E group openers. 2 attempts only for the E group openers.
Lucy Robinson now, the Y&E Lucy Robinson.
Bar is loaded. 165 kilos, Lucy Robinson.
For a 10 kilo PB on the day.
She's fired up. I see it. So the lifter here has 60 seconds from when they call bar is loaded to getting the squat command from the head referee, which is the center one as you're seeing it. So a lifter can take their time to kind of get set up, do whatever routine they maybe have or whatever that is.
There's plenty of time if everything goes right. That was a brave attempt.
That is no way from the frame.
Not quite there today. But I don't know, have you ever had to replace the bar in competition?
I haven't personally.
I have, in squat, one of my first internationals, and she replaced the bar. And then as I replaced it, she said, you have 40 seconds left. And that's a long time, but I panicked. I panicked like crazy.
I think we see that more typically on bench press, where a lifter might have soft elbows, or the referee's not confident that their butt's down or whatever, and they have to re-rack the bar and then do it again. And that, when you see those really elaborate setups sometimes, as a coach, I'm always like, okay, we want your setup to take no longer than 20-25 seconds, so that if you ever do have to re-rack it, we can go through the same process again.
Oh, that's no lift there for Rachel Braid. That's a shame, because she was looking really strong. I don't know if that was a little technical error at the bottom there, didn't quite get it right.
I really hope she's not limping off the platform there. Fingers crossed Rachel's okay. All right, Sophia coming out for 170 now.
This is a PB attempt.
It'll be a 5 kilo competition PB for Sophia if successful.
The 165 for a second looked great. I wouldn't bet against this. And I think she had a little bit more too.
That is a good lift, 2-1 for Sophia. Next one to know is 195.
So Emily Greenway coming out.
So Sophia can't really compete with the big squats of Emily and Susanna, but she will absolutely pull it back on the deadlift.
Emily looks fired up. So this would have been, before today, a 5 kilo British record attempt. However, Susanna blindsiding us.
Absolutely. I was not expecting her to put such a massive second attempt in.
195 kilos, Emily Greenway.
All right, so 195 for Emily Greenway here.
Pierre Shillingford in her corner. So it's not about records anymore. She's lost her British record. This is about building the total. Wants every kilo she can possibly get.
Especially in such a tight battle, every kilo is going to count here.
So this is where you want a coach that knows you, knows what you're capable of, and can give you the right number on the bar. Do you think she cut that a little?
It's going to be really, really tough to tell.
Yeah.
Here we go, 3 white lights.
195, and as you say, that would have been a British record.
As of 10 minutes ago.
As of 10 minutes ago. But for Susanna Argyle, absolutely smashing.
Coming into this 76 kilo class with, making an absolute wave, definitely. I mean, Susanna's been on the international high-level lifting scene for a long time.
Sure. And
very
she's a rugby
experienced
player
lifter.
before that, so long history of sports.
So, you never doubt a lifter who's been there, done it, got the t-shirt, but also this class is absolutely stacked with lifters that have lifted at the highest level, so it's very, very hard to ever sort of say this person's this amount more experienced or has that edge.
But as I said before, I think Sophia's got momentum right now, and it's so important for confidence. I mean, obviously, you have to be strong as well. You have to lift the weights.
Absolutely. The interesting thing about Sophia is if she did want to chip the chip here, and if successful, break the chip record if the totals are close, she's actually going to have to break her own record. And she's going to have to pull 231, I believe, half a kilo more than 230.5. All right, let's see Susanna here. Efficient walkout.
No, stuck in the hole.
Just a little bit too much for Susanna there.
She still holds the British record. It's just 5 kilos lighter than she would have liked.
So that was the last squat for the 76s, and we now move into the final group. We're lifting back to back, so we'll have the 84s and the 84 plus class. Unfortunately, we do not have Camille Holland. here today as she's injured. She's going to be out for a few weeks, which is a real shame. I was really looking forward to seeing her lift today. We don't have many lifters in either group, actually. We've only got 8 lifters in total across the two.
I think we have 3 here in the 84 kilo class and 5 in the 84 plus class.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So this is going to run pretty fast for these guys today. They're not going to have a ton of time in between lifts. It's going to probably feel like a pretty quick turnaround for them.
Do you know, it always feels quite unfair that as a super, it tends to be the smaller group. So you have like 6 lifters to go out and you've barely sat down and you're up again for your next squat.
There are limits on the minimum size of the class, which I think is 6.
6, it is 6, yeah. Believe me, that's not enough time to recover from a 200 kilo squat. Leah Moore now for 145. Now that didn't look super comfortable. The referees did not think it was deep enough either. I suspect that was nerves. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing it, I still get so nervous walking out for my first one.
That first squat is always, it's the toughest lift of the day. You always kind of say that to your lifters as a coach. You're kind of saying, once this is out of the way, everything's going to be all right. You know, it's the first lift. Go out there, and it feels like almost all the competition nerves and anxiety kind of bottle up into that first lift a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, I get sick. Even now, every time before a squat, I get sick. So this is Catriona Bell. First British. She's a Scottish lifter. Very strong under 155 there.
Yeah, fantastic opening squat. Let's see what the refs say. Pretty white lights. Good stuff. That's what you want in your opening squat.
Diana Azariah. Opening with 180.
Big squat.
It's not a lifter I've seen before. Although she did take the 3rd place at the British last year.
A relatively young lifter as well. Only a couple of years out of the juniors by the looks of things.
Yeah.
On open powerlifting here.
Open IPF.
Open IPF.
We're on Open IPF. So Open Powerlifting doesn't have the right weight classes and age classes and everything, so Open IPF has the IPF rule set. That's definitely the place to go. So here's Ziana.
Solid opening squat
Easy.
there. With Sam Coombs in her corner over there, coaching her today.
Yeah, she's got a PB of 190, so I think we might see that pushed on a little bit today because that 180 looked super easy.
Robert, Teddy and Victoria to get ready.
Claire Roberts also opening with 180. She also has a PB of 190. In the supers, we're not going to be looking at any records. We know it's Camille's and we know that no one's going to get close to it.
Claire Roberts, 180 kilos on the bar.
Oh, that was a lovely squat.
Superb opening squat. I'm not sure if she missed the rack command there.
Oh, really?
Oh no, we're okay. We're okay. Just seemed like a very, very quick rack. I didn't see the referee say or signal.
It's a really noisy environment. I've thought a couple of times people have jumped the command just because we can't hear them.
So in case you're new or maybe don't know that rule, after the lifter stands all the way up in their squat, they have to wait before they're allowed to re-rack the bar. From the centre referee needs to signal that they are allowed to rack the bar, otherwise it's a technical failure on the lift.
So here's Temi.
Incredibly experienced lifter, Temi.
Absolutely, and she's in the 84, so we have the 84s and the 84 plus lifting together. Absolutely beautiful. £400 moving like an empty bar.
Very, very impressive. I think I remember seeing somewhere that Temi had the longest kind of improvement streak of anyone in the IPF, lifting at international platforms. And yourself, Joe?
13.
You got 13?
I had 13 improvements in a row.
Consecutively.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely exceptional from both of you. I think Temi at the same? Is she at 13 as well?
I didn't spot Temi. I know I was in the top 3. Someone in open powerlifting did the numbers. So here's Victoria Cavalier-Hirth. Now she's flown a little bit under the radar. Welsh lifter, and she's kind of come into a lifting and into her strength over lockdown. So we've not really seen her at internationals, or or at the British Championships. But the numbers she's putting up are just phenomenal.
I mean, 190 kilo opening squat is exceptional.
It really is, and she is the current holder of the biggest raw bench in British powerlifting. She did 126 at the British Classic, at the Classic bench. And we're not finished yet. We have Nicola Stimson coming out for 190 as well.
So Nicola
84s.
here with the biggest opening squat of the 84s. Now there are only 3 of them, but all of them are looking to kind of total in a similar ballpark by the looks of things.
I would normally have said Temi would be the hot favourite, but this is looking like a real tight fight.
Solid opener there.
Wow. That was a really upright, really quad dominant style, and I really didn't expect the bar to move that easily. I couldn't begin to predict what we're going to see from these ladies now. And again, we're not finished yet. We have Rebecca Coggle coming out for 195.
And a little bit like I mentioned earlier, we can see lifters that can sometimes stay under the barbell for a really, really long time. But we can also sometimes see a lifter jump 2.5 kilos, and it looks super easy to us spectating, and it just doesn't move.
And I think that is a feature of that quad dominant style, isn't it? It's either looks easy or it doesn't go. Nothing else. Now here's Rebecca Coggle. She's squatted 210 in competition before. She was 3rd at the British last year. So last year it was Camille, Claire Roberts, then Rebecca.
Obviously no Camille today.
No Camille today. But we have some new lifters, so Rebecca's really going to have to fight for it. So 195 on the bar. Well, the weight certainly didn't trouble her.
3 white lights.
And that's 3 white lights. She's on the board. In fact, we're all on the board, aren't we? Yeah, everyone's got the green in. Oh, I'm sorry, the first lifter didn't. Nearly everyone.
We're yet to have a perfect flight. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we do get one this afternoon.
It's a hard ask, though, isn't it? If you're not failing, you're not pushing. So here's Leah. She did miss her opener. On depth, I think. Strength looked good.
I do think it was depth for Leah's opening squat.
So
looked
quite
very,
often,
very comfortable. She looked a little bit nervous out here on the first one, which I remember I was mentioning. So hopefully she can just sink this one this little bit further and get herself on the board for the day.
And she's on the board. Fantastic.
Always good. You never like to see a lifter bomb. You never like to see a lifter not post a total.
Catriona Belknap. She's only gone up 2.5. I always wonder in situations like this whether she missed getting her attempt in and they've just given her an increment.
Bars loaded, 157.5 kilos. Catriona Bell.
Was her opener really that hard that they only put 2.5 on?
I don't remember it being that difficult.
So I wonder if it's a little mistake, because you see on the timer on the screen on the bottom right, the lower number is timing the 60 seconds you have to put your next attempt in. And we are strict on that. Yeah, 157.5 moved like nothing. So
sometimes in that situation, if I was coaching it, I would just elect not to take it.
Yeah,
and just make a bigger jump for the third.
Yeah.
So it's difficult sometimes. You know, sometimes you're chatting to a referee about why a call happened, or you know, maybe you don't have a coach and you've misplaced your attempt slips.
Yeah.
All sorts of things happen, which is definitely why it can be really useful to have a game day handler, so these sorts of things don't happen. But oftentimes you're kind of, you've got to work through the emerging situation on the day, you know.
Yeah. So here's Claire. 185 on the bar. Moving well.
Again, she seemed to rack the bar really quickly, but obviously made the rack command.
Temi next for 190.
The bar is loaded. 190 kilos. Temi Nuga.
Just looking at the records there, it's Rebecca Tyler actually, who I'm not even sure she's lifting anymore, you know.
So Rebecca Tyler actually has a really interesting story, because I think she got that open record as a junior. Rebecca actually represented Great Britain for weightlifting.
Yeah.
The Olympics, I think, or Commonwealth, or an elite level in Olympic weightlifting, and then came over to powerlifting.
And she was super strong, but I don't think she's been powerlifting since COVID. Well, here's Temi anyway for 190. She has made look very easy.
Temi's looking good there. 190 on the board.
Composed, you know. I think she's still my favourite for the win in the 84s. I think she's got some strong competition. And look, we have Ziana coming out now for 192.5.
I think we're not going to be able to know anything until these deadlifts come around, are we?
No, I don't think so. But Temi does have the advantage in being an experienced lifter. Ziana's quite new, and the nerves can get to you, especially if you're looking at your first British and looking at a win. That's going to get in your head, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, Ziana was there last year. She was in amongst it. Wow.
That is so strong.
Wow.
Can I change my vote?
I mean, you know, we're going to see. And we've got Nicola in this fight breaking the record. Possibly. So this is going to be really, really interesting. Whether or not we see a bench record or a deadlift record broken, it's going to be close. Temi is the lightest of the three.
Okay.
So that's an advantage. So if the lifters all have the same total, Temi would win because she's the lightest of the three.
Yeah.
But we're just going to have to wait and see here. You never know if there are any games getting played with the score sheet and those sorts of things as well. So until that first deadlift open is out the way, it's going to be very, very hard to predict. The way that last squat went, I don't know what is going to be here.
I couldn't predict what she'll put in for a third there. But here's Victoria in the 84 plus, 202.5. She did 205 in her first competition, which is just awesome.
Spectacular, yeah. Yeah, very, very strong lifter here. And like you mentioned, the largest raw bench in British powerlifting.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it'll be interesting if she goes to try and chip her own bench record a little bit later today.
And another good lift there for Victoria. Team Super Wales.
So we've got Nicola coming out here for a half-kilo British squat record to attempt to try and break Rebecca Tyler's 205 with 205.5 kilograms.
84 kilo plus. She weighs extra.
So Nicola's been a little bit under the radar for me. I'm looking at her lifting record, and she's been around and she's been moving up the rankings for a while. But I must admit, I've missed her really.
The bar is loaded for a British record attempt for Nicola Spencer.
Tyler was an exceptional squatter.
Absolutely.
And with that style as well, where she just popped it out of the rack, casually walked past and sank it. So here's Nicola attempting to take that British record. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. She's not far off that at all. But that is a feature of that really upright quad dominant style, isn't it? It looks super easy and then it just eventually doesn't go.
You also sometimes see at those higher and higher loads for a lifter that kind of mid-back will kind of, it's almost like their shoulders will kind of fold forward just a little bit and they can't quite hold that extended position quite as much as allows them to stay in that super upright posture. So sometimes it's not even their legs, it's like how strong their mid-back is against resisting that kind of upright position, which is I think what we saw there with Nicola. She just kind of lost that tension in her upper back and just folded just that little bit as she came out the hole.
Here's Rebecca. This will be I think this will be a PB. She's done 205. No, she's done 210 before. So this matches her current PB.
A 15 kilo jump from her opening squat, but it did look very, very comfortable. So,
and she's going to need to stay in touch. This is really competitive here. Strength is good.
Yeah, that looks great. Rebecca's going to have to battle here to try and kind of fight off Victoria on that last round for sure.
So I can see that Victoria had put in 207.5, so she can't change that. She knows that she's seen Rebecca's 210, so she's going to be just a little bit behind. You know, I'd forgotten that we were on in the second round. The numbers were so high, so Nicola does get another chance at that 205.5. But first we have Leah coming out for 150. She's not looked comfortable under the bar, really. Looks like she's a big bencher. She's got a 107.5 kilo opener.
Working it. All right. She stood the weight up. Let's see what the refs have to say. Unfortunately, 2-1 on depth.
She's got one in though, and that's all the match for a total. 175 next weight bar. Katrina Bell, before by Claire Roberts and Terry Newgar.
Now, I think we were correct in our assumption that she had an increment, because she's gone 155, 157.5, 175.
Yeah, so a big jump. Maybe trying to make up some ground here with this big jump.
I think the intention was probably 155, 165, 175. And she's just carried on with the game plan. It's a big jump to take, though. And I think, like you said, maybe I would have run the time out and taken the second attempt in the back. But it's not giving her any trouble at all.
Look at that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, way to get after it after a little bit of adversity there in the second round.
That's a good left. Really white lights. You got your good belt. 175. 195 kilos next weight on the bar. Claire Roberts.
All right, so we have Claire Roberts coming out here for a 192.5 kilogram squat. Got Martin Bass at the back of that live stream there. What a legend. Guy's produced a whole lot of British powerlifters over his years as a coach.
Because there's been so many of them. We were talking earlier how old the club is. The club's been around for such a long time.
I feel like Bethnal Green as a lifting club is possibly older than a lot of countries around the world. But yeah, there's a whole lot of British champions coming out of that place and a lot of incredibly good deadlifters.
Yeah,
has to be said.
So Claire Roberts with 192.5. I think this is a PB attempt for her. And that's a nice squat.
Does look strong.
Did not look like a third.
so we're going to see the shape of the 84 kilo battle here. Temi with 195, and then Diana following her with 197.5. And then we've got Nicola straight away afterwards, so the 384 kilo lifters attempting that British record again, a 205.5. Temi looks like she's feeling the vibe back there, so let's see what happens.
Come on, Temi, PB time.
195 at 84 is absolutely exceptional.
One push, she's got it.
All right, let's see what the refs have to say.
No.
2-1, no lift. So both the side referees there saying she wasn't quite deep enough. It's very difficult, a bit like where you mentioned with Joy, you know, Temi's again a longer legged lifter. When you're squatting big weights, you have to get it just right. You know, you don't want to go too deep because it's so much harder to hold on to position, that much further to stand up, etc.
Ziana's here. I think she's playing a smart game. I think she was just staying ahead of Temi. Temi's put 195 in. I'm doing 197.5 because Nicola, for all she's a massive squatter, her deadlift opener is 50 kilos behind the other two.
Yeah, so they don't need to play that game, do they?
No, they don't need to chase the big squat. They know they're going to pull it back on deadlift. So I think Temi and Ziana are the real battle here.
Wow.
But having said that, what a brilliant squat.
Wow. I mean, you know, it really winds me up when people say this on a live stream, but it wouldn't have surprised me if she made that an opening lift at some point in the future. I mean, that looked very comfortable. And you often see this with talented young lifters or early in their career, you know, you see them basically not even scratch the surface of a slow basket or kind of their quote-unquote potential in some of these bigger competitions. All right, so we've got a British record attempt here.
So she's back again for the 205.5. You know, I think she can do it. I think she can do it. I believe.
We'd love to see this.
She doesn't have a lot of grind, so she's going to have to get a lot of drive up from the bottom. Not there.
She's still got a smile on her face.
But just to be walking out and attempting that sort of weight in the 84s is incredible.
Well, let's not forget we've got 2 more squats to go in this flight. We have Victoria coming up with 207.5. So this is only Victoria's 3rd competition.
Yeah. And one was a bench only. Unless it's entirely possible. I'm looking at her career on Open IPF. She's got a slightly complicated surname, so there might be a misspelling out there. She might have done more competitions. I need to be careful. I've confidently said these things before and found that someone's, you know, got a different profile on Open IPF. So this will be a small PB, 207.5. Really nice.
She seems happy about that.
I
See
think
what the refs have to say.
too.
There we go, 3 white lights.
Fantastic. So we have one more squat to go. This is the final squat of the competition.
Not a bad way to go. 215 kilos. It's certainly not a bad showing. Is this the heaviest squat in the competition? The whole weekend?
I was just trying to not get it wrong. I think it is. just going to do it high bar.
It's just showing off at this point, isn't it? She stands it up. Let's see what the rest have to say. 2 to 1. All right.
She is leading the way in the super heavyweight race. Fantastic. So I've seen some really incredible lifting here today. It's hard to recap 3 different weight classes where so much happened and we had such close battles, but we've seen massive British records. Susanna Argal with that 198 was just a real shocker for me.
That was fantastic.
And even though Nicola Stimson didn't get that to her 5.5, her first attempt was really close, and I'm sure she'll get that in the future.
It's really, really good to see some of these battles starting to take shape as well. Really exciting stuff later on this afternoon.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break now. Please join us back the bench. Welcome back to the Women's British Championships here at Eternum CrossFit in Lochgelly. We're hosted by Scottish Powerlifting, and it's a good time to thank our sponsors, Eleiko, manufacturers of some of the best platform equipment in the world, SBD, relied upon by strength athletes globally, and NeoFit, the gel that you rub on before and after training. I have used it myself. It's with some success. And we have the 57 kilo class on the platform right now. We're lifting back to back 57s, 69s, and the heavyweight and super heavyweights. And that was 50 kilos for Lucy Connolly.
Solid opening attempt there.
Katie Clark out next from Wyoming. She's opening with 57.5. Got some great angles on the bench there. Always difficult for the live streamers because every lift you have to set up differently. You want different angles for, and then you set it up beautifully, and a spotter steps right into shot.
The guys over at White Lights Media this year have taken over some of the live streaming, and it's been fantastic.
Really
so
has
far.
raised the bar.
All these cinematic shots that you're seeing are those guys in behind us organising that stuff and making sure that it runs smoothly for not only you guys viewing, but for everyone here as well. It's going a really, really long way.
So we have Adejoki out next for 60 kilos.
So the British record currently stands at 110 kilos, set by Melissa Hexter, who's actually not competing today.
She isn't, but that was Bobby Butters before that. She took it from Bobby, and Bobby's opening at 100.
So we might see it get challenged. We never know.
We talked about team subtotal. She's a great bencher, Bobby.
We might see it chipped. Bobby's obviously already got the... Oh no, did squat 185, but elected not to chip.
Yeah, so she's not carrying a chip. Yeah, exactly.
So, not really sure here.
10.5 might be a good option. We have Adejoki in here for 60 kilos.
She's actually the exact same weight as Joy. Body weight.
Bobby?
Bobby and Joy are weighed in both at 56.9 kilograms still.
Oh, interesting. So this gives us an interesting point here. Usually the lightest body weight wins, but in the case where the body weight is identical, it's first past the post. So the less good deadlift wins.
If it's the same total.
If it's the same total.
So that may be a reason why she elected not to take the chip. However, you would think you'd still want to take the chip.
You think you still want it, yeah. Winya Yao. Also for 60 kilos. Just a reminder, this is the 57 kilo class. All the ladies here have weighed in below 57 kilos. So we're above body weight already. Great bench.
Fantastic opening bench there. So Shelley here unfortunately wasn't able to post a squat in the opening round. However, she's elected to continue.
And I think that's the right thing to do. Yeah, I always try and encourage people, even if you haven't got a squat in, still do the rest of the competition. It's still all platform experience.
I mean, in my opinion, as much as she can't post a total now, it still kind of counts as a competition PB. She can still post a good lift, and there's no reason to waste a peak on not do the bench, not do the deadlift.
So here's Shelley for 70.
Shelley here electing to use the blocks underneath her feet. So some folks struggle to put their feet flat on the floor by using a competition height bench press, which is like a standardized height. So you are allowed to use these small blocks, which, Joe, I'm not actually sure, they're a standardized height as well, aren't they? The height
yeah,
of the
they can be 10 centimetres, 20 centimetres, 30 centimetres. That's what's specified in the rule book.
So most of the time you see the 10 centimetre ones used. Generally speaking, the higher the foot position, the harder it is to get a good leg drive and those sorts of things. So yeah, if you're wondering why you saw those blocks, that's exactly why. It's basically for the lifter's comfort and for the lifter's ability to keep their foot down, because in the IPF you have to have your feet flat on the floor, which is not the case in every federation.
Claudia Nicholson next for 72.5.
And so far, everyone's posted a good opening lift. So let's hope Claudia can continue with that.
Just looking at projected totals, Joy is 20 kilos up the road from Bobby. I think that reflects the vast difference in deadlifts, obviously. But we'll see what Bobby can pull back on bench.
Yeah, Joy opening at 250. It's just so massive. You know, and if she's jumping 10 kilos off of that and then maybe trying to extend her current British record, which is also currently a world record as well. Joy's 227.5.
She did the 227.5 in Oldham. I'm sure of it.
Last year's British.
Yeah, she did. I don't think that's the world record though. Amelia Crook on the platform right now for 85. This is a big bench. So the world record is 220.5.
Which is also Joy's.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So Joy's electing to open at 215 here, only 5.5 kilos underneath her current world record.
Well, we'll see what she actually opens out. That's what's on the score sheet right now. That was a good lift. And next up, Ruth Grigg with 90.
So at a powerlifting meet, a lifter will normally be asked to give their opening lifts at a weigh-in. However, that's not always the actual weight that they can lift. So a lifter can change their opening attempts up to 3 minutes before the first lift of their flight.
Yes.
6.
Yeah.
6
No,
minutes.
I said yes. 3
Sorry.
minutes. Yeah.
3 minutes before they start their opening lift. So sometimes from a tactical point of view, if you're in front or behind by a certain amount, or you kind of want to fly under the radar, you can have your opening lifts be lower, and kind of throw people off the scent a little bit, and then change them as they go.
Or have them higher and frighten people.
Also that.
Yeah.
Yep. So we've got Ruth here, 90 kilo opening bench. Really, really, really impressive opening benches here from these last 3 ladies. Ruth, very high arch here. Very efficient bench press.
Really nice. She's benched 100 in competition before.
92.5
It's a big opener for Joy. She has done 100 in competition, but she's very long-limbed, isn't she? She's not built to be a bencher. I mean, I think she's the anti-team subtotal. Plugs away, puts as many numbers in as she can, and then we'll just do whatever it takes on deadlift.
Again, you'll see Joy, no wrist wraps, no other sort of supportive equipment when she sets up the bench, which is
nice.
solid opening lift there from Joy.
Yeah, it looks really strong.
That 100 kilos might be on again today. Maybe
Might
more.
well be.
Next one on the bar is 100 kilos.
Here comes Bobby.
To be followed by Lucy and Kate.
Opening with 100 kilos.
Bar is loaded.
She's done 107.5.
Kilos for Bobby Butters.
I haven't seen her bench in training recently, so I'm not really sure how that's been going. She's got a really unusual style. I mean, it may have changed since last time I saw her bench, but she brings the bar down, and when she gets the press command, she almost retightens to start the movement. What, she won't do it now. No, she stopped doing it.
However, very strong opening bench press there.
It was.
We might see Bobby reaching for that British record. Yep. So her coach has just put in 107. So you've got to presume that if that's successful, you're going to see them chip the opening record. Maybe. They elected not to on their squat, so we may not see that again. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see on that one.
Lucy Connolly now for 55. We're round to the top, and this is the start of the second round of bench.
Fantastic lift there from Lucy.
And that is 3 white lights and a good lift. For Lucy at 55, we're now over about to 60 kilos for Kate Clark.
So Kate Clark coming out here with 60 kilos on the bar for her second bench press. It's only a 2.5 kilo jump from her opening attempt. However, it's much more common to see that in the bench press than in other lifts.
Especially female classic bench. Female raw natty bench with very small increments. Having said that, Bobby Butters just put 7.5 kilos on her opener, so.
I guess if you think about it like a percentage, you know, it's pretty rare to see a jump much bigger than 5 or 7% really ever. Yeah, it's just reflected in those smaller bench press numbers, generally speaking.
Sure.
For almost everyone, for almost every weight class, generally, you're more likely to see a 2.5, a 5, or a 7.5 in a bench press than say maybe a squat or a deadlift.
Sure. That was a good lift for Kate. It was wasn't too easy. It looked she kept good control of it on the descent and managed to press it out. I'm not sure she's got much more in her though. And we have Adejoki coming out now for 65.
So Adejoki being kind of one of those handful of lifters that are really in that race for third. It's going to be really, really interesting, not being a great bencher. If she goes 3 for 3 here, she puts herself in a pretty good spot, because I believe she's the best deadlifter out of that group.
Okay.
So, you know, what she needs to try and do here is just kind of roll into the deadlifts with some good momentum and get 3 good lifts. Effectively trying not to leave too much of a gap between herself and the bigger benchers in that group.
Winya Yao, also for 65. Matches her current PB. Bit of a tough one. And we are up to the red plates for Claudia Nicholson, 75 kilos on the bar.
Following it, 75 kilos, Claudia Nicholson.
So again, Claudia here with just a 2.5 kilo increase from her opening lift. I don't remember her opening lift being particularly difficult.
No.
Maybe it's just a game plan they've gone for, or maybe that's just the right call given the circumstances.
I can never predict where my bench is going to end up, so I take tiny jumps because I just don't know. I can absolutely smoke 95 and then 97 won't come off the chest, so I take tiny little jumps because I'm just trying to squeeze the maximum out. Yeah, and I think that was the right choice for her.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, hello. Yellow card. So I'm just looking at the referees. Yeah, it looks like Buck came up, maybe.
75 kilos. The bar is loaded. And then they put the group break, get ready.
Shelley Passmore next, also for 75.
So this is actually a 5 kilo jump from her opening lift. So breaking the trend a little bit of the rest of this group so far. We'll see how this one goes. Again, Shelley electing to use the blocks. Hopefully getting the most out of her feet, being able to touch the ground here.
That's a great view, isn't it, of setting up that arch? That top-down view also always shows lifters are not symmetrical. They're very, very rarely symmetrical on the bench.
Yeah, sometimes we even see the bar shift laterally as somebody bench presses, as well as kind of, maybe their rib cage, one side might be higher, or the bar might sink a little bit lower on one side of the chest compared to the other. We may sometimes see that bar shift laterally as well. And most of the time, lifters just deal with it.
Yeah. Biological systems, they're not perfect.
No, and we're not asymmetrical beings, really.
Amelia Crook now for 92.5. I think she lost that on her chest, didn't she? There was some movement. I think she just lost tightness, maybe.
Looked like she maybe didn't quite stay quite as high on her traps as maybe she would want to. And that kind of lengthy pause maybe just brought that touch. 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. You'd think she'd probably go out and repeat this, but you never know what conversation's going on back there.
So yeah, Ruth Grigg, 97.5. This is a big old bench press. She's currently in 3rd place, I think.
Again, 7.5 kilo jump from her opening lift here, so a lot can change in 7.5 kilos on a bench press.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ruth is sitting in 4th. We have Adejoki in 3rd. For the moment. Nice and easy.
Wow, that was the solid second attempt there.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go now with 97.5 for Joy. She looked good on her opener.
The bar is loaded. 97.5.
I was about to say that she's not a bencher, but she's got the 2nd highest bench in this class, so she's not doing too badly.
It is funny when you get really, lifters that are truly exceptional, and particularly at one lift, Joy with their deadlift.
Yeah.
We almost forget everything else that is actually at a world-class level as well. Just not quite as extraordinary.
Flared her elbows really early, didn't she? Drove them.
So presumably Joy's going to put in 100 kilos here for her last round.
I would think so. I can't see her putting 102 in. Has she put 102 in?
Oh no, sorry. Ruth has just put 102 in.
Oh, okay.
The people entering in the score sheet had put it in the wrong cell initially and then changed it. So you've got to presume that she's going to go an extra 2.5 off the basis of that. So Bobby here setting herself up potentially to try and chip this British record.
I think she will.
On her 3rd.
I think she will.
Her opener looked fantastic, but like we mentioned, 7.5 kilos more on bench press. Lots can change.
It's a lot, isn't it? It's 15% of her body weight. Nearly. Ooh, nice. Very nice. 110.5. Absolutely. That red light. The side referee's indicating her butt came up. That's unusual for Bobby. I've never seen her lift her butt before. And we are through to the third round. I'm just waiting to see what Bobby's going to put in for a third. We have Lucy Connolly now coming out for 57.5.
So you would think the logical thing to do here would be 110.5. So it would
absolutely.
give Bobby the chip, and it would mean that Joy would have to break a record to beat her on total if they were matched, or lift the 2.5 kilos more. Because
there it goes, 110.5.
Lucy here looked good on our end.
There was a lot of leg drives, but she did manage to keep her butt planted.
There we go, 3 white lights, 3 successful benches for Lucy.
Kate Clark coming out next for 62.5. Just a quick opportunity there to look at the score sheet. It's a little bit small and hard to pull information from. But we're currently looking at Joy, obviously in the lead from Bobby Butters, but the battle then is Ruth Grigg ahead of Adejoki, who is ahead of Amelia Crook. No, she lost it a bit on the descent, didn't she?
Just a little bit too much there for Kate.
So a small increase now for Adejoki. Just 2.5 kilos on. Now this won't take her past Ruth Grigg, but she is in touch. She's only 7.5 kilos behind, 5 kilos behind when she gets this.
And she's opening 15 kilos higher as it stands currently. On deadlift. So you've got to think that, if they can close this gap, there may be an opportunity there for Ruth for Adejoki to potentially challenge that spot.
To just be a little bit time aware. She's not happy about something. I don't really know what it is.
So we're getting pretty close now time-wise.
It's the same handout she's had for her opener in a second, so... But she's got the command.
Used every second of that clock there.
She did. And that's fantastic. I wasn't sure because she took the bar and then did a kind of reset. I wasn't sure if her butt came up while she was doing that. But the referees didn't see it, so that's fine.
So you can adjust as long as you don't get the start call. So you can adjust and wiggle as much as you want.
Until you get the start command.
Until you get start command. If she was to have picked her butt back up or reset her shoulders and then gone up again after the start command, then you will change that commencement position. You sometimes see that with an issue when a lifter takes a really big brace or a really big breath and the bar kind of goes up and then down again, or down and then up again after they've been given the start command. Sometimes referees, understandably, because the bar's moved down then up again, that it's you can get red lights for it.
So here's Winya Yao with 67.5, and that looked very easy.
Look at that for a 30%. They almost got better and better each time.
You do see that on the squat as well, where referees give a red when you take a breath and the bar goes up and down. But the rule actually says downward movement during the ascent. So that's incorrect. If you do that as a referee, stop it. Claudia Nicholson next, 75 kilos.
So for the last one here, her hips came up off the bench. So hopefully she'll be able to keep those still and keep them down this time and make this lift successful. while we've got a tiny bit of time here, just want to shout out the White Lights Media guys again. The camera work is all on behalf of them, and it's definitely adding a cinematic type experience to this live stream.
It's absolutely phenomenal. They've definitely raised the bar. And don't forget, if you're watching this back, you can order your photo and video packages from them.
Looked like a good lift there from Claudia. Let's hope her hips stayed down. See what the referees say. Yeah, 3 white lights. Good job, Claudia.
Got it this time. Next way on the bar is 80 kilos.
Shelley Passmore next, 80 kilos.
Bar is loaded. Shelley Passmore, 80 kilos.
That was close there from Shelley. Just not quite enough juice off the chest.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if she got a line wrong on the descent. It seems to touch down higher than previous ones. Amelia Crook now, 92.5. She missed this last time.
The bar is loaded at 92.5 kilos.
So this will really put Amelia back in the race for that third spot. If successful, take her total to 390. We'll put her in amongst it with the rest of the guys.
Nice.
Much better. Let's see what the refs have to say. Here we go, 3 white lights. So that battle's really on now with those three lifters really duking up for that third spot.
Do you know, it shows the quality of this class that we have 2 lifters that, well, they haven't got the deadlifts in yet, obviously, but their predicted total is in excess, well in excess of the international A total, let alone the B. And no one's done that so far. We've only had, I think, 2 people that have met the A, the B standard. So here's Joy for 100. She's had 100 in competition before. Yeah, let's just point out that we got 480.5. Someone else did just manage to chip the A standard in the 63s. That was a phenomenal bench from Joy. I think that looked easier than ever. She likes to play tricks on us.
Yeah, so Joy benching 100 kilos there. Again, I mean, that's a huge bench press.
102.5 kilos from Ruth Gregg. Come on, Ruth.
So Ruth coming out 5 kilo jump after her second move very, very quickly. Yeah.
Coached by no other than the legend that is Eric Carter.
So the A and B international standard totals, Joe, they were introduced this year.
Yep.
And they were kind of to represent basically 2 different standards of lifting, right? Top 3 on the world stage and then top 5, the European stage or something like that.
I think it was top 5 and top 10 or top 3 and top 5?
I think it was top 3 and top 5 off the top of my head.
You could be right.
So we have kind of these standard numbers out in front of us. It probably is worth noting that the jump between the 57 kilo total and the 63 kilo total is quite large. And possibly that 63 kilo total is the steepest one out of all of the weight classes that we see. 480 at 63 would have been enough to win
and I think that's
Europeans
the standard in the 63s, because that would have been Leah Bavoil, wouldn't it? But we had a successful lift there, 102.5 from Ruth Grigg, which was a phenomenal lift. But now we have Bobby Butters.
So Bobby coming out here to break
so fierce.
Melissa Hexter's full power bench press record. So
she's looking to take her bench record back.
So Bobby would then be the owner of the British squat record and the British bench record.
encouraging arousal as well. She steps it up with every lift. And she's one of the sweetest people you'd ever meet. For the first time today, that's actually silenced the crowd. You could hear a pin drop. She's got it, did her hips lift.
See, 3 white lights, a new British record for Bobby Butters.
Another new British record for the phenomenal Bobby Butters.
So that's 2 for Bobby today on the squat and the bench press.
Casual, unofficial world record on the squat.
Yep.
British record on the bench. Takes it back from a bench specialist. So we now are moving into the B group, or I think it's actually the D group, which is the 76s. So we're just going to shuffle our information around. So we have the 76 kilo class in front of us.
This is the 76 kilo class. Right here.
Rebecca Patterson is going to lead us out.
Scotland, the British Women's Championship. The change referees, the change spotters, keeping everybody fresh.
We're just doing the dance of the platform crew now.
The referees have just changed over as well, so we've got 3 fresh sets of eyes. The British bench record in the 76s stands currently at 117.5 by Alice Francis Freeman.
Wow.
However, we've got 2 ladies that look like they could definitely be getting close to that with Susanna and Sophia here. It wouldn't surprise me if they got maybe close to that. We'll see. We'll see what the jumps look like.
That's a big bench opening for Sophia. Wow. We've got a little way to go though before we get to that. We have Rebecca Patterson with quite a narrow grip there. But strong.
Successful lift by the looks of things, and the referees give 3 white lights.
Rebecca, 65. Next one on the line, 72.5 for Catherine Gathercole.
Catherine Gathercole next, 72.5.
Loaded, 72.5 kilos, Catherine Gathercole.
This matches her current competition PB, which I would say is a brave move. Interesting grip she's got.
Yeah, so it looks like Catherine's using the maximum grip you're allowed to use in the bench press. So the rule as it stands in terms of maximum completion grip is that the power rings that you can see on the bar can't be seen inside of the hands. However, over the years, lifters have kind of worked out a way to maximise grip width by kind of spreading the webbing out on their hand and kind of covering it from that referee position, and then kind of rotating their hand, or kind of internally rotating their shoulder to kind of put the edge of their wrist even wider to kind of basically make the stroke or the range of that bench press as short as possible.
There's another advantage in that grip though, that the bar sits more comfortably across the base of your thumb as well. Sometimes that works for me, sometimes my elbow complains and it doesn't work for me. So here's Lucy Robinson, 80 kilos on the bar. 2.5 kilos below her current PB. Very careful, controlled descent. Lovely press.
Solid opening lift there. Let's see what comes up next.
Oh yeah, 3 white lights and a good lift. 80 remains on the bar for Florence Holton, Tash and Carol, get ready.
So it's Alice Francis Freeman has the bench record in this class. Is she still a junior? So she'll be at the juniors, hopefully.
Yeah, so I believe Alice is lifting at the juniors this year. And the bench training, by all accounts, is going very, very well. So
okay.
I imagine that might get extended even further, even if it does get broken today. I kind of like it when people say that you don't really own a record, you just look after it for a while.
Just keep it warm, yeah.
And I think that's probably a good way to look at it, especially the rate and the quality of the way the lifting's going at the moment.
Okay, so what happened then was the centre referee asked her to replace the bar, but she tried to press it instead. Now, he's not given her the start command. So I've seen this go two different ways. I've seen the side referees say, well, do you know what, she jumped the start command, therefore it's a red.
It looks like Florence is taking her wrist wraps off, which almost guarantees she's going to...
And there's 8 seconds, 7 seconds.
She's
timing out, so... We have red ties getting involved. The jury is now just finding out exactly what's happened and what they're going to do about it. I'm not entirely sure the nature of the discussion, though.
I'm wondering if this is something to do with the thumb loop being on her wrist wrap when she went to start the bench press, possibly. However, that should be picked up by the technical controller before she gets onto the platform.
It should.
So she would get a restart if that is the case.
But she's not going to get a restart because the clock timed down.
Like an additional attempt potentially at the back of this flight?
I don't think it is the thumb loop. I'm just looking at the gestures of we can't hear what they're saying, but they're sort of holding their hands in a weird way. I wonder if we can get one of the jury to tell us what's happening. Okay, Alex is on the case. He's going to go and find out exactly what went on there. In the meantime, the score sheet hasn't moved on, so I'm still not exactly clear on what's happening. But I can see the jury is back in their chair now, so she will get another attempt at the end of the round. Okay, Alex, what have you found out? We know she's going to get another attempt, so what's been going on?
So it was to do with Florence's, the loop of Florence's wrist wrap got caught underneath the bar.
Oh, okay.
So the centre referee noticed it, must have Hawkeye vision to see that, asked her to rewrap the bar, then timed out, and then she's going to get to attempt it again at the back of the flight, is what the gentleman told me here.
That's a funny one. I've not seen that happen before. Isn't there a rule that the loop should be on the back of your hand rather than in the palm of your hand? I'm not certain of that, if I'm honest.
I've honestly I don't think I've ever seen that in all the powerlifting meets I've been to.
I refereed a couple of weeks ago, and I did have to ask a guy on squat to replace the bar because he had his thumb loops on, but I've never seen it get trapped underneath the bar like that before. I think as a centre referee, I wouldn't have known what to do. But in the meantime, while we've been talking about all this, Tash Eaton did 82.5. So we're now on to Carol McQuilling for 85. So Florence will get to attempt her 80 at the end of the round.
Bars loaded, 85 kilos, Carol McQuilling.
So 85 kilo opener here.
Matches her current best. She's only done one competition though, and you do see rapid progression from newer lifters. Slow and steady.
Okay, that is
Here's Emily Greenway coming out for 90.
90 kilos for Emily Greenway.
Her best is 95.
So you've got to think that Emily's bench training's gone pretty well to be opening at 90 kilos, and benching competition is 95, or best benching competition, sorry. Let's see how this one looks.
Oh, very nice.
90 kilos looking very strong there.
That is 3 white lights, and it goes left.
Now, the reason we keep seeing Florence Walton coming up on the score sheet at the bottom left corner is because she still has a 80 attempt to come at the end of this round, so the score sheet keeps thinking that it wants the lowest lift and switching back to her. But she's not going to come out until the end, and we have Rachel Bradish for 95.
The bar is now loaded at 95 kilos for Rachel Bradish.
Rachel with a big smile on her face here. Maybe she just really loves benching.
Maybe so, she looks very happy. Her current best is 95.
It's definitely worth noting that in the 76 kilo class, the standard is just exceptional. You know, to think that somebody totaling 460, 470, probably 480 or 490 by the end of the day might even come fourth is just outstanding.
It really is. Strong.
Really solid opening bench there from Rachel.
That is 3 white lights, and good left for Rachel. And next round on the bar.
I wonder she was looking so happy.
Susanna Argyle.
All right, so Susanna here with 105. Again, at least on opening lifts, that as far as we can see on the score sheet here, it's going to be important that she kind of stays in tandem with Sophia if she wants to challenge for that top spot.
Well, projected totals are within half a kilo of each other for Susanna and Sophia. So this is about who gets all their lifts. Miss one and you're out. Looking strong as well.
Yeah, very solid opening there from Susanna.
Her best in competition is 107.5, but I think we're going to see that smash today.
And this is sometimes what you see, where you might see a lifter really break out into a weight class when they've just found that right spot for themselves in lifting. You know, oftentimes we see it when juniors go up a weight class as they kind of age out of juniors, or maybe a lifter's tried to be in a lower weight class for a while, being relatively competitive, and then they decide to go up one, and you just see this huge performance increase, exponentially more than you would have thought it would by just going up a weight class.
So Sophia has benched 117.5 in competition, so 107.5 is a reasonable opener based on that. Wow.
Very speedy opening lift there from Sophia. So we may very well see a large jump.
Well, I'm blown away by the speed of the bar there. She took the heaviest opener and she moved it the quickest. So here's Florence Walton's repeated opening attempt at 80.
So we're going to make sure we're getting these wrist straps right, which the technical controller is making sure that everything is squeaky clean over there. So there is a referee of sorts on the platform, making sure that the lift is lifting to or equipment is to a competition standard before a lifter comes out on the platform. We're just kind of managing the area back there. So Florence here with 80 kilos. She gets stiff in the start.
Nice.
Moving out and opening should there. Looking good.
She's not going to get a lot of rest though. She's going to be out again in about 4 attempts, I think.
The first one on the bar is 70 kilos. This is for Rebecca Patterson, Catherine and Lucy today.
Rebecca Patterson out next. Gone up 5 kilos.
Bars loaded, 70 kilos, Rebecca Patterson.
So it looks like it's going to be unlikely that Susanna or Sophia are going to try and challenge Alice's record.
Oh, really?
Both only jumping 5 from their openers, which it looks like Sophia definitely could potentially take it based off her opener.
Sophia's put in 112.5. I wouldn't put her past doing 118 for a third.
Could be there.
But there's Rebecca for 70, good lift. I think you're right. I don't think Susanna's going to go for it, but the way Sophia's opener moved.
And that chip could make all the difference in terms of bringing that total back level with Susanna. With Susanna with the chip, with the squat. So if it did come down to it, that would equal it, or they might even elect to go 1 kilo over the record and decide to kind of do it that way.
You can choose any weight you like if it's over the record. Doesn't have to be just half a kilo on it.
So Catherine here getting set up for a 75 kilo bench press.
Which will be a PB.
So there's a 2.5 kilo competition PB here.
Not quite there, but you could see the way the bar just lay flat across the base of her thumb instead of being more forward in her hand, which is a result of that odd grip, which is kind of turned in on itself a little bit.
And sometimes with more technical higher arch bench presses, you can see those tiny margins of error making all the difference.
Lucy Robinson now, 85.
Very smooth there for Lucy. All right, 3 white lights.
3 white lights, yes, 3 white lights and go left. Okay, Florence Walton, 85 kilos.
Okay, so Florence looks like she's coming back out here, 85 kilos, and just as Joe called it, 4 lifters out from when she just went, so she's had a relatively short rest compared to everyone else.
85 kilos, Florence Walton.
Great fight there from Florence. So it looked as if as she went off her chest, she kind of pressed it down towards her toes a little bit, and then she had to really recover the bar to get it back kind of over her shoulders, back over her kind of chin and chest area.
She did well to get that.
Yeah, that was you don't often see saves like that at kind of more maximal loads. You often see lifters kind of coming off the platform and say, oh, I pressed it towards my toes and that's why I missed it. I call that a toe press. I do. When I press it towards my toes and not back towards my face, yeah. Tash Eaton with probably the best outfit we've seen today. She's got the wrist wraps to match the outfit. I think we've also seen a change of socks. Again, great technical bench, very high arch, soft touch, and 3 white lights from referees.
Good lift attached. 90 on the bar now for Carol Drilling. Emily and Rachel, get ready. Bar loaded.
All right, 90 kilo bench press here.
Oh, wow. She's already, this is a 5 kilo PB already.
All right, she's got the hand out here.
Slow, but she made it.
Good lift for Carol. 3-1 fights. 95 on the bar now.
So you got to think we're going to see a 2.5 kilo jump off the back of that one if she feels like technically it was roughly where it was. I mean, sometimes you do see a lift to jump 5 kilos if they just did X thing wrong and they're confident that they've got a bigger jump on them. Emily Greenway here, very much still in contention for this whole thing.
Absolutely.
So these next kind of 4 lifters are definitely the ones to watch if you're watching this for kind of podium and the most competitive lifters in this flight. We'll see. One mistake and the door could be left wide open for any one of these 4 lifters.
20 kilos separates the top 4. A lot of elbow flare at the bottom there. Had to take all of it on her arms.
Bit of a battle there for Emily. But she did manage it through highlights. Hey, Rachel Bradish, 100 kilo bench press.
This is a big landmark press, and look how casual and happy she looks.
Does also kind of cement our point about the standard of the 57s with the record in the 57s being 110 and 2 weight classes, 3 weight classes up? No, 2 weight classes up. It only goes up 7.5 kilos.
Sure.
And in fact, in the all competition, it only goes up. That's now 114, I believe. Oh no, Melissa did that at 63 kilos. That's my fault. So 5 kilos difference in the all competition just kind of shows you the standard in how high it is in the 57s, because it's exceptionally high in the 76s.
Very asymmetrical, wasn't she? There's a lot of...
Rachel looks happy about that.
we worked well for her.
Next one about 110 kilos, Susanna Argyle.
Here we go now with the big hitters. Susanna Argyle coming out for 110.
So like we said, we may very well see Sophia, if her second attempt goes well, jumping to kind of 118 for the chip on that record.
I'm hoping so.
May very well happen, and that also puts her equal on total with Susanna, who's got the chip, if they match it on another's jumps, of course. So Susanna and Sophia, slightly different style of bench presser. Sophia being really, really high arched, and Susanna being slightly closer grip and a more moderate arch for sure. Wow.
Definitely more there.
That looked fantastic from Susanna. I think we may very well see another 5 kilo jump out.
I wouldn't be surprised. It looked strong.
Having a pretty good day so far. So bars loaded here for Sophia, 112.5.
Sophia is considerably lighter than Susanna, so she just needs to match her to win. Nice. That didn't seem any slower than her last one.
So you've got to think Sophia may very well chip for that record here.
118.
Which, Alice, if you're watching, I hope that fires you up for a big bench near the juniors.
I would be disappointed with anything less than 118 going on for Sophia.
So, be ready. You don't want what you should be.
So, round 3 now. Rebecca Patterson coming out for 75.
75 kilos, Rebecca Patterson.
Just watching the score sheet here to see what Sophia pops in there.
I can see Paul Marsh has just put that in.
Yep, and just as we suspected, 118
Fantastic.
on the scorecard there. All right, so Rebecca. So you may very well have been able to see there was daylight underneath Rebecca's hips. So unfortunately,
The bar also dropped quite a bit. There's a downward movement of the bar.
All right, so we've got Catherine coming up next. She missed 75 on her last one. I don't recall how she missed it.
No, neither do I.
75 kilos, Catherine Gallagher.
So Catherine uses this quite internally rotated grip and really maximises her grip width.
Oh, she's so tall. I want to reduce that range of motion any way she can.
Good.
Yeah,
there we go.
Looks like a
Three
good
white
lift.
lights.
3 white lights and a good lift. For Catherine Gallagher, Lucy Robinson now 87.
Quick look at the score sheet there.
On the bar. Lawrence Wong, Tashi, get ready. Loaded. 87.5 kilos for Lucy Robinson.
Rachel's really pulled back against Emily in the overall on bench press. Got a little way to make up again, but she's opening 10 kilos heavier. I think this is going to be really tight, third and fourth. Here's Lucy Robinson, 87.5 on the bar. Soft touch, wasn't it? It just didn't seem to be tight on the chest.
And it happens sometimes in bench press, you know, when you've been powerlifting and you've been benching in a kind of powerlifting style, you'll know sometimes you just get it right and a PB can feel almost weightless. And then other times you can take down 90%, 85% even, and just doesn't feel right. And you just can't do it, you know? It happens. Right, Florence with her third attempt here, so 2.5 kilos more than her second attempt. They looked really, really good on her second, so hopefully we can see her be successful here on her third. There we go. Florence with a successful third. See what the referees say. Yep, 3 white lights. Great stuff from Florence after that little bit of adversity in that first flight.
Sometimes it does you good, a bit of adversity.
Switches you on a little bit, right? Yeah. A little chip on your shoulder.
It works for me. Joe often offers me a punch before I go out, just to, if I haven't had enough adversity yet. Natasha Eaton, 90 kilos.
The powerlifting princess. It says so on Instagram, it must be true.
5 kilo PB on the bar.
Natasha's getting set here. Tash was successful in our last round of 87.5, so We shall see what happens here.
You know, that was a great effort.
She just couldn't quite turn that right elbow over. That was very, very close. All right, so Carol here.
2 attempts only.
Representing Wales, I believe.
She's already got herself a PB, looking to push it a little bit further up the road. Went so far and no further.
Yeah, unfortunately just a little bit too much for Carol there, but you know, only 2.5 kilos missed off the total. Not a huge jump. So, all right, Emily Greenway here. So this is kind of the battle for the top 4 out of these next 4 lifters. 97.5 kilos on the bar for Emily.
Bar is loaded. 97.5 kilos, Emily Greenway.
She's going to want to stay ahead of Rachel here, so she's going to want every kilo she can possibly squeeze out.
Yeah, Rachel opening, at least as we see it here, on 200 kilos, is 12.5 kilos in front of Emily. So just gives her a little bit more leverage, and obviously the bigger you are, the bigger a puller you are, the more you can kind of do those bigger jumps. All right, she gets a hand out here.
I think she slipped to the bench a bit, you know. I think just as she started to press, she slipped and lost the position a little bit, which is a shame. So, can Rachel take a 2.5 kilo advantage here? Well, close the gap by 2.5 kilos is what I mean, really.
After which we go to the E group. The bar is loaded.
All right, Smiley Rachel, let's go.
I think she wins the prize for the most cheerful lifter today.
1 or 2.5 kilos on the bar for Rachel. Oh, yeah.
Oh, easy.
All right.
Easy.
That was a great bench.
Rachel skips off the platform. She's happy with that. 100.
Okay, so Susanna coming out here, 5 kilo jump off of her second. This will, yeah, I mean, this will basically just mean that Sophia, with the chip, will kind of come back into level with Susanna. So we'll see.
150 kilos for Susanna Argyle.
One of the hardest things I find when I commentate these powerlifting meets is stopping myself from shouting.
Yes, it's difficult. Same for refereeing. You can't cheer the lifters on.
I guess we are in our own way.
We're supporting them.
Working with it here.
As there was a lot of leg drive. Did her hips pop up?
Oh, really right lights. Okay.
Fantastic.
All right. Well, that's a perfect limit lift from Susanna there. 115.
18 kilos. This will be a British record for Sophia Ellis if she gets it. You know the drill by now, ladies and gentlemen. When we hear that bar is
And As you know, both of Sophia's benches have looked super easy. I mean, really, really quick. So I wouldn't bet against this. I would say she's got this all day long.
Sophia looking almost stoic, almost emotionless. For a new British record, 118 kilos.
That was so easy.
Blue lights.
120 is there for sure.
There we go.
I'd love to see her stop sandbagging and actually try. Well, that's fantastic, and that leaves our top two contenders in that class on exactly the same weight. So we have one more group to go, and it's the 84 and 84 plus class. And we might see something special in this class also, because we are opening, well, Victoria is opening with a British record. She benched 126 in the single lift, which is the biggest raw bench in British powerlifting. But the three lift bench is only 122.5. You maintain separate British records if you've lifted in the three lift comp or if you lift in the single lift. So we're starting off with Catriona Bell with 75. Not super easy. I mean, it was never in any doubt.
Two highlights. Posting a bench press. That's the main goal of bench number one. And then you just work out where you go from there. A 5 kilo jump though. Based off of that opening lift, that seems like a slightly aggressive call from my point of view.
I would agree, to be honest. Nicola Stimpson now. She had some huge attempts on squat. She's opening her bench with 82.5. Narrowly missed 205.5 for a British record on squat. Nice and easy with 82.5 there.
Looks super solid. So then we have Diana up next, 85.
Now we think, just a reminder that we've got the 84s and the 84 plus in this group. So Ziana is in the 84s and we think she's a real contender with Temi.
So there is a bit of a difference between their opening benches. Temi opening on 102.5. But we're just going to have to wait and see. Anything can happen here.
That's a big opener for Temi.
Very
easy there.
Very solid.
Yeah.
So if Ziana's benching anything to go by from earlier, she took some relatively big jumps and remained relatively quick throughout. So we may very well see that sometimes that's just a lifter's style. They just like big jumps.
Yeah.
So we may very well see that a little bit throughout this competition. We're just going to have to wait and see.
95 kilos with Claire Roberts.
Claire Roberts now currently in silver medal position in the supers. I compete in the super heavyweight class, and I've always liked the fact that autocorrect changes super heavyweight to superhero.
Oh. That's a fun fact.
It is, and it changes burpees to burgers, which is also my preference. That was a great opening lift from Claire Roberts.
So Temi, 102.5, and we're just going to pull up Temi's competition history here, just have a quick look.
She's benched 110. Actually, I didn't realise she'd benched 110. She did that, in fact, last month in Dover at the British bench. So that is a single lift bench. A little bit more difficult once you've done a squat. I mean, you think that a squat's done with the legs, don't you? But there's a lot of pressure with a low bar squat on the shoulders and elbow.
And Temi, unfortunately, was either injured at the British competition last year or came in a little bit injured.
Okay.
So I think she maybe had a little bit of extra time to focus a little bit more on her bench press, which may be where we have kind of seen this jump up. But you know, Temi's a real competitive veteran. She's done a lot of comps and has done very, very well. And that 102 looked pretty comfortable there.
That bar has to travel a long way, doesn't it?
Yeah, so you know, as I mentioned earlier with Susanna, Temi doesn't really try and arch massively hard here at all, and just kind of rides the bar down and presses it on up.
Leah next, she struggled on squat. Only got one in. I spoke to her just afterwards. She says she's going bench only now. I don't know whether that was just the heat of the moment from not enjoying her squats.
The bar is loaded, 107.5 kilos.
And this is a big bench opener, 107.5. Her best in competition is 120. Now, how will the referees interpret that? That looked as though... No, absolutely fine. It looked to me as though she started to press early. But the referees were happy, and that's all that matters. She doesn't need to keep me happy, just the referees.
So there is also a rule about heaving, right? So if after the press command the bar then travels downwards, that can be considered a heave where the bar is kind of sunk more into the chest and then excessively kind of driven up. So there are definitely some bench press styles that kind of lean on that and definitely kind of flirt with the rules a little bit. And that's what it appeared to be to me, where the bar kind of sunk a little bit further and then go. But we don't have the perfect view here.
Rebecca Coggle now with 115.
Looking smooth.
Yeah, it looks great. Her best is 125.
3 white lights there for Rebecca. And then we've got Victoria opening on a British record.
I think it's her own.
Look at that. Yep, it is. Yeah.
So she did that. She took the British record in her first competition. Well, as long as we're not missing any competitions from her record, that was the Welsh Championships in October.
Victoria is clearly assuming she can do this because she is...
Look how happy she looks. I never look that happy mid-competition.
It is epic. It is powerlifting, ladies and gentlemen. The bar is loaded.
So here we go, 123.5 for a very happy bencher.
It's also interesting that she's elected to choose a kilo jump instead of a half kilo jump. I'm not sure if 123.5 is...
I wonder if that will come into play at the end.
Oh, okay, for the total.
Maybe.
25 seconds.
So she hasn't got the start command. So I saw the centre referee, Sabrina Moore, who lifted this morning. She said that her heels were not down, so she's really going to have to rush now to get this.
She's got 3 seconds here.
Time out. I'm sorry. Time out. That is no lift.
That's a real shame. No, the rule is that the heels must be, the feet must be flat on the floor, as flat as the footwear will allow, is the wording of the rule. So it's important to choose footwear. I've seen people really struggle on bench because they had shoes that curved up at the back and it looked like the heels were up when they weren't. So you should always have shoes on when you come out to bench that look flat as well as being flat. She's not fussed, she's put in 126 for a second. Which we can't judge really because we haven't seen her do a bench.
No, but we do know that she did do that at the bench press earlier in the year. So, all things being equal, you think she should be able to do it. Katrina here.
Oh, that took a wobble.
Let's see what the refs say.
Yeah, that's no left.
2-1, no left. Yellow cards.
So it's interesting to me that Victoria has chosen 126 because that is her single lift record. And if you exceed the single lift record in the 3-lift competition, you take the single lift record as well. But she's putting 126 to match it, not 126.5 to exceed it.
Bar is loaded. 87.5 kilos for Nicola Stimpson.
Nicola Stimpson now 87.5.
Tough. I'm not sure if she met the command there. Beat the command. Okay. The right lights.
She must have gone on the P of the press.
90 on the bar now for Ziana.
Ziana next, 90 kilos, and her opener looked great. In fact, I'm a little surprised she only went up 5.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think definitely if you're in Ziana's shoes right now, you need to go 3 in the bench press if you want to try and challenge Temi on those deadlifts. So we're just going to have to wait and see how it all shakes out and what it looks like.
Sure.
Again, that looked incredibly strong. So we may very well see another 5 kilo jump here for her.
I would really expect so. Claire Roberts now for 102.5. That's a big increase. She opened with 95, gone up to 102.5 for her second, which will be a small PB, 2.5 kilo PB.
Bar is loaded, 102.5 kilos, Claire Roberts.
Okay, Claire with 102.5 here. Looking strong.
Good lift for Claire.
That 7.5 kilo jump paying off by the looks of things. And Temi here with 107.5, just a 5 kilo jump from her opening lift. But this will be getting right into PB territory for Temi, so it's going to be interesting. I think currently it's at 110, which she did in
110 in a single lifter, so 105 in a 3 lift.
Yeah, so this will be a full power PB, if you can call that. I feel like that might be reaching a little bit, but maybe.
I would take that. I would take that.
5 kilos, Temi Nuna.
Temi looking strong here.
Yeah, she's
Gets
going
the
to
rack
have to
command.
work on keeping her hips down.
The right lights.
But that was a good lift.
Next winner of the bar is 12.5 kilos. Rebecca, Victoria, get ready.
Leah next, 112.5. Still a fair way below her own PB.
The bar is loaded. 112.5 kilos. Leah Boyer.
So Leah gets herself set up here. 5 kilos increase from her opening lift. 112 kilos on the bar. And a half kilo, sorry. This one looks a little bit better. There we go. Much cleaner than her opening
Very
lift.
nice.
You see how she didn't have any of that kind of hesitation or movement on the chest.
120 kilos goes on the bar. This is for Rebecca Coggle. She will be followed by Victoria and Katrina.
Rebecca next, coming out for 120.
The bar is loaded for 120 kilos. Rebecca Coggle. Come on, Rebecca.
This will be the biggest bench of the competition so far.
Solid from Rebecca
Yeah,
there.
and it looked great.
How easy did that look? Just waiting for the lights. We're still waiting for one vote, so
Hannah hadn't pressed a button.
We got the
We
right
have
lights.
eventually got 3 white lights when Hannah remembered that she had a job to do.
right, ladies and gentlemen, you may remember in the last
She looks a little bit mortified.
Victoria Cavalier came out for 123.5. She didn't get it.
So that's, yeah, that gave Rebecca a bit of a moment, but we have Victoria coming out next. She didn't get her attempts at 123.5 because she didn't get the start command.
This will be a record.
So she's decided that she's going straight to 126.
126
This matches her own biggest bench in British powerlifting.
So we just need to work on getting those heels down this time around. And we should get there we go. All right, Victoria.
There she is.
So this is a British bench record again.
Yep, this is the 3 lift record, bringing it up to match her own single lift record. Nice.
That looks very strong. It'll be interesting to see where Victoria goes from here.
And that's the new British record for Victoria. And I don't doubt that we'll see. What do you think, 130?
I would love to see 130.5.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
I think that'd be awesome.
130.5?
Why not? Why not take the chip? Who knows?
I'd have been happy with 130, but yeah, 130.5. Let's see. So here we go. We are through to the 3rd round of bench in our final group. And here comes Catriona for 80. She missed this last time. She's disappointed you. I'm sorry, Alex. It's 130.
That's okay.
There's Catriona with her 3rd attempt at 80. And that looked very easy.
Wow, yeah. After really taking a second, that looks fantastic.
Nicola Stimson next for 90 kilos. Nicola's one of the 3 84s in this class. She was leading the way on squats, but I think she's started to lose sight of the other 2 now.
So, I
at subtotal.
To thank every single person in this room who's made this competition happen.
Oh, is this? I think we're running the clock. Yeah, we're running the clock. She's not going to come out for this. But she's done her competitors shown the respect of leaving and attempting. So if you scratch and don't come out for it, that means everyone else has got less time to recover, and it's not a big group. So she's shown the respect to the lifters by leaving her attempting, and we now run out the 60-second clock, which has about 15 seconds to go.
There's only 12 seconds to go. So with 10 seconds to go, let's give everyone, including yourselves, a massive round of applause right here in Scotland.
This is a good opportunity to thank Scottish Powerlifting for hosting the British Women's Championship for us here. It's been some time, I think. We had the British Juniors up in Scotland a few years back, but we don't see many British competitions up here. And Scottish Powerlifting have obviously worked very hard on this. So we're grateful to them for putting this on.
Right, Ziana coming out here, 95 kilos. A 5 kilo jump from her second, which looks absolutely tremendous. So it'll be really, really interesting to see what happens here.
See, I wouldn't be surprised if she absolutely smokes this.
That's the way her lifting's been going today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really is. As you say, she's been around for a little while, but she's I've not really spotted her up to now, but she's had a great day today. And it just goes to show how wrong you can be. I thought that would be super easy, but it did not go.
From here, that just like looked like one of those toe presses. Just looked like as she came off her chest, she just pressed down towards her toes instead of kind of pressing back towards.
Even the descent was very upright, wasn't it? It didn't slope down to her chest, it just came straight down and then tried to go straight back up. Benching's easy when you're sitting here talking about it. Claire Roberts now, 105. So Claire is fighting for second place, I think, with Rebecca. Victoria is now a fair way up the road, so that presses Claire's advantage a little bit.
So the next weight on the bar is 110 kilos, I'm telling you guys.
And here's Temi.
So Temi coming out here to equal what she did in the British bench press. So in single lift, bench press only, this will be a full power PB for her.
Yeah, we've decided that's the thing. Full power PB. So 110 for Temi. Another lifter who's having a really good day. She looks super strong today.
Which is quite rare to see. Whether or not we just had a bit of a funny 5 minutes between the first and second, not really sure.
True, and also it's about convincing your coach sometimes. If you've made a bit of a mess of your opener, he's not going to give you a big increase. I said I had my own coach in mind there. You have to convince your coach that they're going to be, you're capable of it and you can do it. Not there today.
That's unfortunate there for
Leaves her with the best of 112.5. As you say, it was an ambitious jump for her third.
Alright, so we've got 125 coming up on the bar for Rebecca.
As the MC's just pointed out, 10 minutes ago this would have been a British record for Rebecca. She doesn't look too upset. She has pressed this weight before, I think. Yeah, her best is 125. She did in Dover, single lift. Her best in competition is 117.5.
Look at that. So she's already beating her full power.
Yep.
And she's looking to match what she did in single lift. The British bench was what, maybe a month ago?
Yeah. Just, do you know, that was so close. I think a kilo less would have gone.
Yep, I think so. Just that left elbow couldn't quite get back under the bar.
So here we go. This
130, a landmark.
This is an attempt at the biggest bench press we have ever seen in women's powerlifting in BP. It will take the 3-lift record. It will take the single lift record, all of which she already owns.
Come on, Victoria. Easy weight. You can do this.
Last bench of the day. And she's got it to lock out.
Let's see the lights.
And it's a record for Victoria. Victoria Cavalier has the biggest bench press in the country. Absolutely phenomenal. 130 kilos. Superb. So that was it for the bench section of the competition. We're going to take a 10-minute break. You're really not going to want to miss deadlifts. Join us in 10 minutes. back for deadlifts. We have the 57 kilo class on the platform right now. So we've got back-to-back groups, 57s, 76s and 84s and 84 plus. That was Lucy Connolly absolutely smoking her opener of 130. Next up, Kate Clark of Y&E for 135.
Cars loaded, 135 kilos with Kate Clark.
Here she comes, never takes her eye off the bar. I found that was, I had a lot of performance anxiety. I didn't like walking out on stage, and I found, just focusing on the bar as I walk out and not looking at the audience really helped me.
I think it can also go a long way to kind of make you feel as if it's something you've done before. It's the nice thing about powerlifting is it's like a closed loop. It's not a dynamic environment necessarily. It's the same bar, it's the same plates. You lifted those weights before, so definitely kind of taking away that crowd element from it. For some lifters, could be a really, really good thing to do.
Some lifters need the crowd. They need that support. Shelley Passmore now for 137.5.
We're really going to see this battle for third place really start to take shape here. And also the battle between Joy and Bobby is still open. I mean, there would have to be some pretty big blunders or some giant pulls from Bobby.
We'd have to see, it's Joy's to lose, right? Winya Yao.
Just goes to show the standard though. 112 IPF points off of her opener is just extraordinary.
Strong pull there.
Very strong. 3 white lights there.
Both Bobby and Joy are so far beyond the international A and B totals just with their opening pulls. It's crazy. Claudia Nicholson next, 145.
May very well see Ruth squeak into that B total there as well. Based off her opener, if she gets 2 pulls, she may very well end up doing that as well.
She just needs to watch that.
Claudia very nearly let go of the bar before. Yeah. So, again, another rule in the IPF is you have to see the bar the whole way down to the floor. You can't let go of the bar. So, she very, very nearly let go of the bar.
That was very close. Ruth Grigg, 150. Do see, especially on sumo, quite a lot of elaborate setup, and the reason for this is you're just trying to make it the same every time. Do your ritual routine.
Super solid opener there, there's the roof. Looking really, really good.
Amelia Crook, 155.
155 kilos, Amelia Crook.
Solid opener there. So Adejoki coming out here with 165.
Look, she's going to have to look over her shoulder there for Amelia. You can sometimes lose sight of someone who's crept up right behind you because you're focused on the person in front.
And it's going to be pretty close there with those guys.
I think it is. But that was easy from Adejoki.
Yeah, that was a very, very solid opening attempt. And this is the thing, with being the bigger deadlifter, you would have thought they were a little bit more tolerant of that bigger jump. So it'll be really, really interesting to see. And then we've got Bobby opening up at 170 kilos here.
Now, Bobby has always struggled with, she's had a perennial back issue that's held her back on deadlift for a long time. We've started to see a little bit of movement on that recently, last year or so. Current best is 185.
It's worth noting that she's opening 5 kilos heavier here than she did at the last meet. That looks smooth.
I do like a conventional deadlift. I'm not saying sumo's cheating. I'm absolutely not saying that.
All right, so Joy Namani now 215 kilos on her opening attempt. Just ridiculous.
I think that's the word for it, really. So as we mentioned before, the world record in this class is Joy's, and it's 220.5.
215 kilos on the bar.
So let's see how this looks for Joy.
Again, beltless. It's worth mentioning as well. Joy looking like she's on world record form today.
And she's half a kilo behind the world record total. So we're just looking at the British records, which are Joy's, obviously. 227.5 is the deadlift, and 492.5 is the total. You get these odd anomalies where the British record's higher than the international record because she puts in a great performance at the British, but you have other priorities at an international. It's about winning, not setting the record. So sometimes you do less than you're capable of just to cover the win. And sometimes you don't have a great day.
140 kilos from Kate Clark.
So we're back to the top again, and here's Kate Clark with 140, I'm sorry. Gave her a free 10 kilos there.
There we go. What's that in?
That matches her current PB.
There we go. Hopefully she can go for a decent PB on her third. You also sometimes see with lifters coming up to maybe slightly nerve-wracking attempts or new territory where their deadlift setup almost changes. They're taking extra breaths, or they're delaying, or they're pumping their hips more than they would do normally, which is all kind of part of that performance mindset. Lucy Connolly here with 140. Locks it in. 3 white lights.
Good lift. I wonder how much more she's got there, though. I don't think, no more than 5, I don't think. So here's Shelley coming out for 145.
145 kilos, Shelley Passmore.
So I can see Joy's put in 227.5 to match the current record. Oh, that's a tough pull for Shelley.
I'd be surprised if that one got past here. It looked like she used her legs to support the bar there.
Yeah.
So that is a rule. Some people will call it hitching or supporting the bar with the thighs, or ramping, which is basically where your legs would come back underneath the barbell and support it, almost creating this kind of ramp. You see really extreme versions of this in strongman, sometimes.
Yes, yeah, you do.
Where they use straps and they'll literally get the bar to their knees and almost sit right the way back and then stand up.
But it's easy to do if you're struggling. Your knees go soft and your knees slip under the bar as you lean back, and that's it, it's game over. Winya Yao for 152.5.
Solid pull. There we go, 3 white lights.
So a member of the jury is just having a quick word with the platform crew. Hopefully he's going to get off the platform before this lady pulls. No, he's sent her off the platform, I think. I'm not really sure what the issue is.
Claudia stayed locked in, focused.
$157.5 on the bar.
She's working with it. Nice.
Very nice. 3 white lights in the good minute. 160 on the bar.
Ruth Grigg next, and she's a contender for the final spot on the podium.
Kilos from her
Really?
opening lift. To really try and get in amongst it there. But Ruth here currently in the lead, jumping 10. And that looks to be a good lift. We'll see what the referees have to say. 3 white lights.
She's only done 163.5 in the past, so that did look comfortable. So Amelia Crook now.
So Amelia jumped 12.5 kilos from her opener.
Yeah, that's huge.
So I think these 3 lifters, well, Ruth hasn't been massively aggressive, but seeing these lifters kind of be a little bit more aggressive with these attempt selections, maybe to try and post a total first or to put pressure on the other lifters to try and kind of force them to make a move.
So here we go, 167.5 for Amelia. Now, what do the referees make of that? I think it was good. No. Blue lights,
again, supporting the bar with your legs. So you sometimes see an issue here where a lifter doesn't quite get to knee extension or a straighter leg position soon enough, and they can't help but basically look like they're supporting it as they lock the bar out. All right, Bobby looks fired up as always.
So that might have taken Amelia's chance at the podium, really. I think
maybe. So if she'd have pulled that, she would have jumped to 412.5. We would have put her right in amongst it, but it also kind of makes it tricky now. She'd have to push on further than that, which that looked like a hard lift. Bobby with 180 here. 10 kilo jump from her opener, which looked great.
So I would say she's got maybe 5 more.
I think so. I think I would put in 5 there, which yeah, would take our total to 480.5, which is actually the same as what Annie totaled in the 63s earlier.
And it's the same as the world record, current world record in this class.
This is just it's utterly insane. I mean, Annie.
But in order for that to matter, Joy would have to miss both the rest of her deadlifts.
But you know, Bobby's just got to put that pressure on whichever way she can. All right, Coach, this is an interesting one here. The 20 kilo jump. We'll see how this goes. Okay.
Well, it goes.
All right.
Wow.
Now herself and her coach will probably only know how much more she's got left.
So she's now in third place on bodyweight.
Yes, she's taken that 20 kilo jump to match Ruth. And now we're going to kind of see this game of how much does Ruth have to pull more to push Adejoki to miss, and that she still makes it. It's going to be interesting.
I think it is. Now, if Joy pulls this, I think we have our winner. But if she misses, that opens the door for Bobby.
And Joy can't come down from this load, so 227 she would have to make to push Bobby over the edge.
As phenomenal as she is, Joy, she does miss lifts here and there. She's not an automaton or a Terminator or whatever she used to put her job down as.
All right.
But that looks good to me, and it looks good to the referees.
That extends
£500 and matches the... In fact, it's well in excess of the world record, isn't it? So it's an unofficial world record.
So 7 kilo unofficial world record there, and she unofficially extends the world record total as well by 12 kilos?
By a huge amount, 12 kilos, yeah.
They're just utterly insane.
So it's just an incredible standard of lifting in this class. You have to feel for other lifters who are at the top of their game and what would be British champion standard, but you've got these world-class athletes in your way. So here's Lucy Connolly, the last pull of the day for her.
Lucy's got it moving. Can she lock it out?
I think she can.
There we go, 3 white lines for Lucy. She's very happy about that.
That gives her a total of 327.5.
All right, so Shelley missed her last one. It wasn't that she couldn't lock it out, it's that she rebent her legs and kind of supported the load on her thighs.
Goes a little bit slower as we get into the third round because they clean the bar every time.
Is loaded, 145 kilos, Shelley Passport.
Even though we're sitting nowhere near the chalk bowl, it's the chalk in the air is really settling on my chest now.
Let's see if she can do this. So she didn't rebend the knee. It's whether or not the refs are happy with this. Unfortunately not.
I think she rushed to start position as well. She didn't get into a very good start position.
It's been a bit of a tough day for Shelley. You've got to feel for her.
Kate Clark now coming out for a 10 kilo PB. Wow.
Let's go, Kate. Let's see it. And it's incredibly commendable to see this on a national lifting platform as well. You know, all of the referees here are national level referees, and we're seeing lifts at the highest standard run in the the most uniform way. So credit out to these guys. It's not the same as lifting a weight in the gym by any means. All right, Kate's working with it. Let's see. She locks it out. Let's see what the refs are going to say. 3 white lights. There we go, a 10 kilo PB for Kate.
And who wouldn't be happy with that? Wynye for her final pull, 160.
So 7.5 kilos off of her last attempt. Last one looked really strong, really solid, so
Yeah.
really good to see this one.
Bar is loaded, 160 kilos, Wynye Yao.
You know, she stuck with that a long time, but it just was not coming off the floor.
She's still smiling.
Leaves her with the best of 3:45. Claudia Nicholson now 162.5.
Bar is loaded, 162.5 kilos.
5 kilo increase, won't move her up. But sometimes when you're not fighting for position, that gives you the freedom to just have your own competition and do do the numbers that you want to do, not the ones you're forced to do.
Absolutely, and you can chase a significant number or a PB or a PR total or whatever it is that you're going for. She locks it out. Let's see what the refs are going to say. 3 white lights, and she's gotten away with putting that bar down 3 times in a row. All right, so Ruth's going with 165 here. So Eric, her coach, I'm sure has run the maths on this. Eric's basically saying, I don't think you can do more than 5 more than your last one.
Yep.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully Ruth can pull this and really put the pressure on for a big deadlift battle towards the end here for 3rd place.
The bar is loaded, 165 kilos for Ruth Gregg.
Here she comes. This is for the bronze medal provisionally. You have to get on that step and then you have to wait and see if you remain on it.
She's got it moving. All right, Ruth locks it in. 3 white lights.
So she's on 4:17 and a half now, and she's in 3rd place.
So Amelia Cook's going for the same load again. So this will put Amelia into joint 4th as it stands at the moment, but would lose that position on body weight and would get 5th because Adejoki's 100 grams lighter than her.
I don't think he will. Give her 4:02, won't it?
You're right. That's my bad live stream. I got that wrong.
Well, we're both squinting at a tiny score sheet, so it's not easy.
So that 400 kilo goal is probably a very significant one in this weight class. Maybe it's going for that. Last one was a bit of a fight. She got red lights for supporting the bar with her thighs. The bar's moving.
No way.
Just not quite.
Gives her 390 total. So those are the standings as we have them. 3 more pulls to go in this class. Now Bobby's not going to catch Joy. I think that's understandable.
Yep.
So she's going to go for a PB deadlift. She's done 185 in comp.
It's probably worth mentioning as well that this would have been 3 kilos above the world record total before today.
Yes.
So just kind of puts into perspective how outstanding both of these lifters are.
And she's bringing it now. She's fired up.
I can't see her, but I can definitely hear her. The bar is loaded.
Here she comes.
All right, Bobby's ready for this. You can probably hear her through her lights. 187 and a half. I think this would take Bobby's total to 483.
Which we could still say that's above the current world record. No, not quite.
Not today, ladies and gentlemen. Not today.
That leaves her on 475.5.
It's also worth mentioning that 111 IPF points is the second best all-time points
In the UK?
in the UK.
For women, or?
Yeah, for women. Just behind Joy, although I think it might be regardless of gender. Joe's just looking this up for us here.
Yeah, don't believe anything. Check your facts. Bobby is currently on in second anyway, 110.51. What did she get just now?
111.68.
Well, yeah, she's second anyway, but moves her up a tiny bit. So now we have Adejoke Adetayo, 192.5 on the bar.
All right, so this would pull her into third place and put her in front of Ruth for third.
Certainly will. She's looking nervous. No, that's not going anywhere. Oh, she's going again.
Unfortunately, she couldn't get that one to budge.
Yeah, I'm surprised they told us to clear the platform though, because even though she did have a good go at it, it didn't break the floor.
I am not sure if you're allowed more than one legitimate attempt to pull in the weight.
Is it an attempt if it doesn't break the floor? It wasn't going anyway. It hardly matters. But she's done brilliantly. 412.5, fourth place.
All right, let's see what Joy can do here. It looks like Joy is closing in on the 500 kilo total mark with this pull. Yeah, so this would give
right,
Joy
500
at 57 kilo body weight, which is just absolutely insane. She'll be the lightest woman ever to total 500 in British powerlifting.
The bar is loaded for Joy!
And she knocks me out of the top 10 totals place.
Oh no!
That was expected, I've got to be honest.
That's if she pulls this. Not a guaranteed thing.
It's not a guarantee, but I would never bet against Joy. But the thing is, she doesn't need it. I would never bet against Joy when she needs it. She doesn't need this. This is just for
legacy.
Legacy, that's the word.
She's got it moving.
So what do you get? You know what? She
What a
is
performance.
such a star.
What a performance either way.
Absolutely superb. 500-pound deadlift in the 57s. So no surprise to anyone. A new British champion again is Joy Namani.
Just some outstanding lifting. If we look at the points here in the 76s as a comparison, there are some international elite lifters in this class, and they're going to be probably rounding out about 105 points. To see Bobby and Joy both above the 110 mark is just truly exceptional.
I mean, I think it's worth a mention as well. Bobby Butters there was right behind her. She hasn't got the deadlift to match, but she's got such a great subtotal. And she was right up there. She was 5 kilos behind the world record total.
Just working out which referees are going where. Platform crew are, of course, in position, ready to rock and roll, like they have been all day. We have referees in place. The first weight on the bar is 147.5 kilos. The bar is
So we are now into Group B, or I think we're calling it Group D. We have 5 groups all day. So these are the 76s. Opening with Tash Eaton and 147.5. Nice and easy.
Good lift for Tash. Next round of the bar is 150. The floor is 1. Lucy, we're back to get ready.
So we're definitely going to see some big pulls at the end of this flight here.
I think we are.
Bars loaded. 150 kilos for Florence Walton.
May very well as well see another north of 500-pound deadlift from Sophia. Maybe Rachel, depends on how aggressive that strategy is there.
Oh, that's Florence. I'd say that was a semi-sumo. It's quite a narrow sumo stance.
Frog stance, some people like to call it.
Florence at 150. Next round of the bar is
So that was a nice, easy opening lift, and we have Lucy Robinson coming out next for 160. So we have in the next group, we have Temi, who has the biggest deadlift in British powerlifting at 235, but we know Sophia has done 230.5. I'm hoping we're going to see. I'm hoping we're going to see a challenge from Sophia. Wouldn't that be amazing to have the biggest deadlift in the? It just occurred to me that could have been what Joy was going for as well. To match the biggest, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a lot of different things, like legacy-wise.
Really
for Joy.
would.
160 looking smooth from Lucy here. 3 white lights, good lift.
But I'd love to see Sophia take that, even if it was only for 20 minutes until Temi came out again. I think that would be awesome. Rebecca Patterson's coming out next for 165.
Is loaded, 165 kilos, Rebecca Patterson.
Smooth. Good job, Rebecca.
All her lifts have been very considered, very precise.
Rebecca, 165 next. Weight on the bar.
All right, we're seeing 170 here for Carol.
Catherine and Susanna, get ready. The bar is loaded at 170 kilos for Carol McQuilling. It's all right, we'll kill the DJ in a second.
All right. Let's go, Carol. 170 kilos on the bar. Let's lock in a total now.
And I think she has done.
3 white lights and a good lift at 170 from Carol. 170 remains in the bar for Catherine Gallico.
So you'll probably see when these loads are relatively similar, the competition move relatively quickly. When the spotters and loads don't have to reload or change the bar too much, there generally isn't too much of a delay. So you see that Catherine's clock's already started and is kind of 15 seconds down before she even got onto the platform.
Sometimes delay's good if you're in a small group.
That was a good opener there from Catherine.
Yeah, really
good bar speed, really, really strong.
So here's Susanna. The fight is alive with Susanna Argyle and Sophia Ellis.
So if you're on Team Susanna here watching at home, you wanna see this move really, really well and look really, really promising to kind of be in those potentially 200s, maybe a little bit later on, because that's probably what she's going to need to pull to be in amongst it with Sophia.
182.5 kilos for Susanna Argyle.
So based on openers, Sophia will be 7.5 kilos ahead. So I think Susanna's going to have to take some big jumps, but that was easy.
All right. I know the live stream can be a little bit deceptive if you've ever watched the live stream back and remember a lift being easier or harder than you remember, but in real life that looked very, very good as well.
Emily out next, opening with 190.
And we've still got Emily and Rachel to kind of duke it out for that third spot. They could even close the gap on the rest. I mean, it's not over by any stretch. Emily's only 13 kilos away from that top spot here. And Emily's 190 looking smooth and strong.
Great.
Really, really good stuff.
A lot more to come now. Rachel Bradish next, opening at 200. This is a 5 kilo PB as far as I can make out. That takes some nerve.
Look at that.
That takes some confidence in your own abilities.
And Rachel only hit her opening deadlift last year at British of 195 and almost bombed. So this will be really, really interesting. Hopefully redemption time for Rachel. And that looks good. Not the same worries as she had last year.
Not at all. Not at all.
on the bar now for Sophia Ellis.
So we just saw Paul Marsh there requesting that the bar be clean. I mean, it's always an issue when you have conventional lifters and sumo lifters, because the conventional lifters are putting chalk where the sumo lifters want the talc, and vice versa. So Sophia is going to come out for 2:15. Her PB is 2:30.5. That's the European record, and so obviously the British record.
215 kilos for Sophia Ellis.
Here we go.
This will tell us a lot about how the shape of this competition is going to go.
I think it's
That looks pretty
pointing
good.
to Sophia. But then Susanna's was very easy as well. So I think this is going to go all the way down to the wire.
So Susanna has jumped 15 from her opening lift, and we're going to see what Sophia jumps now.
In the meantime, we've got Tash Eaton coming out for 157.5. Sophia's going straight for 500 pounds, 227.5.
So a 12.5 kilo jump. So if both successful, Susanna would have closed that gap by 2.5 kilos.
Bar is loaded. 157.5 kilos for Tash Eaton.
And here comes Tash.
Great second attempt there from Tash.
Really fast.
Moving well.
3-1 marks for the good lift for Tash Eaton. 157.5 remains on the bar for
Florence Walton now, 157.5 as well.
Lucy Rebecca, get ready.
As you say, it can catch you out a little bit when you're waiting in the wings. If you've got the same weight as someone else, it can come around a bit faster than you think.
The bar is loaded at 157.5 kilos for Florence Walton.
All right, Florence here. Second attempt, 7.5 kilos on her opening lift. She gets it moving and locks it out. And that's 3 white lights.
Florence, 170 on the bar now for Lucy Robinson. Rebecca,
All right.
Carol, get ready.
Lucy Robinson coming out for 170.
Yeah, so a 10 kilo jump from her opening lift. Her opening lift looked very smooth, so definitely would have been a jump that I would have been fine with.
Lucy Robinson.
No,
Oh, okay.
just not there.
So you would imagine they're just going to repeat that lift. You can't imagine they're going to go up from there.
177.5 kilos. Carol Patterson, get ready.
Rebecca Patterson now, she's taking quite a big jump. She's gone from 165 to 177.5.
Yeah, so 12.5 kilo jump is not unheard of, but it's definitely more on the aggressive game planning side of things. But we see it move pretty quickly.
Oh, bit of a wobble.
We'll see what gets said here.
Is she going to get penalised for it? 2-1, she gets it.
So the judges landed in her side favourably there.
Well, you know, sometimes you get away with a small mistake, sometimes you get a harsh call. It all comes around, you know, you have your account, sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. There's no point complaining about it. Here's Carol for 180.
I think it has to be said that this is possibly the meanest looking lockout I've seen today.
That's
job,
a good lift for Carol.
Nice one.
At 180, next weight on the bar is 180 for Catherine Gathercole.
And we have 180 again for Catherine Gathercole this time.
So a 10-kilo jump from her opening lift. Her opening lift looked fantastic. Let's hopefully we see the same again. About 30 seconds here. Look at that. 3 white lights.
Nice second pull there. This is a big jump up at the top end of your deadlift, isn't it?
Yeah, so some lifters do just prefer this. They prefer a bigger jumping style. Susanna here. So she did attempt 207.5 at last year's, is that British? At a lighter weight class. So you've got to think that her top end's somewhere around there. Maybe even a little bit higher.
She had to do some work to lock that out, though.
She did.
I think she may have shown her hand there a little bit.
They may just have to wait and see what Sophia does and see if they can close the gap on that a little bit. However, if Sophia's jumping to 227 now and it's successful, you've got to think she's going to go into that record again, which makes things much, much harder for Susanna to get right and push Sophia over the edge.
This is the battle for the gold medal in the 76 kilo class. And the bar is loaded. 200 kilos.
So this will take Emily up to 490, which is, you've got to say, it's still in touch.
And it looks like with that last pull, Susanna actually broke the 76 total record.
Oh wow, and no one noticed.
By 3 kilos on her second lift. So you're thinking both of these women, potentially Emily here. Oh no, sorry, probably not Emily actually. But both of them going to be going into British record total territory, with Susanna being the first person to do it today.
Yeah, that was a good spot. I hadn't spotted the British total record going at all. Rachel next for 210. This is a PB, I'm sure.
So 10 kilos up on her opening attempt, which moved fantastically well. Let's see what Rachel can do here.
Which was already a 5 kilo PB, so we're a long way into unknown territory here.
Gets it moving.
A little bit of a wobble at transition.
We'll see.
Yeah, it went up and down. There's a bit of a transition point in sumo where you do sometimes get that little bit of a loss of balance. So that's a shame.
You sometimes see that with lifters that are kind of very efficient and they tuck their chin and they drop their arms down very low. You sometimes kind of see that little off-balance movement. But hopefully she'll come out and correct it, or she'll just shoot the moon and see what she can do on this last one. Rachel's kind of in a bit of a funny position here where she's got fourth pretty much locked in. It's highly unlikely that she'll be able to jump into third from where she is here, so
she can do whatever she likes, really.
Yeah.
But here's Sophia, 500 pounds on the bar.
So we're going to see a lot here, similar to Susanna. This is probably going to show what Sophia's top end really is. So if you're looking out for that, that's kind of like a little game that I like to play if I'm watching live streams at home, is I wonder how much more that lifter has.
And she's got a lot more by the look of that.
So it wouldn't surprise me if we saw north of 235 here for Sophia on this next one.
So she took the total record and moved back into the lead.
So 5:15.5 is Sophia's total as it currently
Calling it, 235.5.
I think you might be right there, Joe.
The weight separating the two top ladies in this class is 5 kilos. 5 kilos. Even I can pick that up. It's nothing.
So Susanna has put on what she needs to go past what Sophia has done already. But Sophia has the power there, doesn't she? She can wait to see if Susanna makes the lift or not and responds to it if she does. And if she doesn't, she can, you know, as you say, shoot for the moon. So, Floris Walton, 162.5.
So the pressure here is kind of on Susanna, really.
Yeah, she's got to go first. She's got to show her hand. She's got to do what she can do.
Florence there, locking in 162.5. 3 white lights.
That's the power of the deadlifter, though. They get to wait and see and just do what they need to.
Lucy and Rebecca to follow Tash. This is the last time I get to say that Tashi is the powerlifting princess, but she will always be the powerlifting princess.
Last few words of wisdom from Jake.
Why would you? If you're a princess, the only way you're going to change your name is if you go
Coming out for 165.
The bar is loaded at 165 kilos for Tash Isa.
Such a narrow stance, isn't it?
Very. Seems to be working all right for her. Let's see.
Looks good.
See how that looks.
3 white lights there for Tash.
Gives her 400 total.
Robinson up next, 175 after her. Rebecca and Carol, get ready.
Lucy Robinson now, she missed 170, but she's going to come out for 175.
All right, I guess we'll see here.
It just didn't move though, did it?
Just didn't come off the floor.
No.
Again, you never know. You know, maybe the lifter just sequenced something wrong, set up wrong some way. I don't know. All sorts could be going on. There could be a reason that it's happened.
Got a bit of contamination on the bar, so that's why we're just taking a little bit extra time to clean.
Bar is loaded, 175 kilos of Lucy Robinson.
All right, let's see Lucy approach this.
Come on, Lucy, rip it up. Not today.
Just a little bit too heavy.
Leaves her also on 400 kilos.
160 and in 7th place currently 185.
So we're going to see Rebecca Patterson come out now. So she's jumped 7.5 from her last attempt.
4 attempts remain. To change over
She's missed all the thirds so far. Let's see if she can turn it around this time.
The bar is 185 kilos. Rebecca Patterson.
See if Rebecca can lock this one in. She's got the bar moving.
It's not going to go past the knees, I don't think.
Shame.
Unlucky there for Rebecca.
Gives her 377.5 kilo total. Kylie McQuilling next, coming out for 187.5. Oh, very weird. Backwards and forwards a little bit on the score sheet there. I thought I'd read the wrong one.
Bar is loaded. Come on, let's go!
All right, Carol McQuillan here, 187.5 kilos on the bar. She's got it moving.
Just won't quite go all the way.
Do you know what? He didn't go from that top side. Determination. Got to there, brave.
Catherine Gathercole now, 187.5.
Catherine Gathercole, Susanna Emily Rachel and Sophia. Get ready!
So this is going to take Catherine over the 400 kilo mark if she manages it. Catherine Gallicole, 187.5 kilos here. Got it moving.
Just lost her balance there a little bit, I think.
We'll see what the refs say here.
Blue cards, yeah.
Blue cards, yeah. So that's from the downward movement. You may have seen as it hit to the side angle there. The bar on her right-hand side kind of moved forward and down a tiny bit before it came back up. And unfortunately, you're not allowed to move the bar downwards during the deadlift. Although you are allowed settling at the top.
Yeah, if the bar dips a little or drops a little as the shoulders settle at the top of the lift, that's not a cause for disqualification. So here we go.
So 205 for Emily Greenway here.
We've had some last-minute changes of position. You can change your last deadlift 3 times. And we've changed a couple of times, but it's going to be Emily Greenway.
So Emily Greenway with 205 coming out here. It's going to take her to 495 total if she locks it in. Might be a PB total for Emily.
And that's well over the international B total. Yep, PB total.
Pretty significant one too, which got Emily 3rd at the European Championship. So again, just goes to show the standard of lifting is absolutely exceptional. Emily got 3rd with 12.5 kilos less than this if she locks it out.
So no, I think that's good. Let's see if the referees agree.
Blue, white lights. So Emily totaled 12.5 kilos less than that and got 3rd at a European Championships in December of last year. And it looks like she's going to finish 3rd here today. So again, just goes to show that how high the standards really are today.
So we have 3 pulls to go in this class. We have 3 lifters that have already made their international total. We have another lifter that has a possibility of doing so. But this is all about the win for Susanna Argyle. She's traded British record totals with Sophia.
So this would take her total to 520.5 and would force Sophia to have to total the same as that to win on body weight. Susanna's got it moving. Let's see if she can lock it out. What a pull.
I'm not sure what the referees think. And they thought there was some supporting. So it's all over for Susanna.
That is such a shame.
So we are, yeah, there it goes. We're seeing the change go in now for Sophia.
So Sophia's aiming to pull 237.5. So that would take her total to 525.5. Which would break Temi's current total record. It's already broken the 76 kilo class, but it would actually take her 0.5 over.
You can't take it in another class. I kind of think you should be able to. I do. I think if you break a record, if you do more weight than the weight class above, you should get that. So here's Rachel with 215 on the bar. She missed 210. But I think she's got 215.
What a pull there from Rachel. Let's see what she is happy about that.
It's a 482.5 and crucially, that's above the international B level.
Okay, so 10 kilos on what Sophia last pulled. This would take Sophia's total to 225.5.
It'll take it into the stratosphere.
Yeah, if successful.
This will be the biggest deadlift in
So here we go. Biggest deadlift in British powerlifting on the bar for a 76-kilo lifter.
At least until the 84s come out.
Well, you know, if you have it, you have it.
Absolutely. All right.
Come on, Sophia.
So Sophia's already secured the win here.
227.5 flew. She's done 230.5.
This should be a 7-kilo PB. She's got it moving, let's see.
I think she's got it.
She is happy about that.
She's got it.
There we go.
Absolutely phenomenal. 2-1 is good enough. Actually, a new British champion, and I don't even know how many records she took there. She took a load of moral records in another weight class.
I believe Sophia took the bench record, the deadlift record, and the total record in that one. Absolutely phenomenal performance.
That's got to be best. Oh no, Joy will take best lifter, won't she?
I think Bobby and Joy are still in front on points.
Yeah, sure. That's got to have moved her up though. Did you catch what her points were? No, the score sheet's gone now. So, yeah, we have another group to go. I got so excited about the 76s. We have one more group to go. Temi Nuga is also lifting in this group, and she's just seen her biggest deadlift in British powerlifting snatched away by a 76-kilo lifter. She's going to want that back. So the final deadlifts of the day are coming up. We have the 84-kilo class and the 84 plus, the heavyweights and the super heavyweights.
So the first weight bar is going to be 145. This is the Leah one. The bar is loaded.
Here we go. Leah Moyer is leading us out with 145.
Do it. Leah locks that one out. 145 and 3 white lights.
She's on the board.
Next weight on the bar is 150. This is for Rebecca Cobble. Katrina and Nicole, get ready.
Rebecca Coggle opening at 150. This is a fair way below her personal best of 170.
You see Ziana's putting a change here. She's gone 10 kilos up on her opener.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's a good start.
So she was initially in at 200, she jumped to 210.
She wants to follow Temi, doesn't she? She wants to go after her so she can react. And that was a good lift for Rebecca.
So that leaves a projected total at the start here, 5 kilos, within 5 kilos of one another.
It's going to go down to the wire. That's what we like. Katriona Bell.
And obviously Ziana's been taking big jumps all day, so if that's the same on those deadlifts, will certainly be a watch. Might even see her pull on the 240s, you never know. Katrina here locking up 160.
Tiny bit soft. Let's see what the referees think. Yeah, the lockout was just a bit soft. Knees weren't really locked. She's just been told shoulders back. You have to be standing erect with knees locked and shoulders back. If you're hunched over forward, if your knees are soft, you will not get your deadlift past. Nicola Stimpson now in the 84s, coming out for 170. She led the way on the squat, but she can't match the other two in class on deadlift.
That's smooth, isn't it, though?
Yeah, she's done 195 before, so we might see her go straight to 185 based on that. Victoria Cavalier-Hirth now opening with 175.
Bars loaded, 175 kilos, Victoria Cavalier-Hirth.
She's got it moving, locks it out, looks clean to us. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. So Victoria successfully posted a total here.
On the bar, please, loaders. From Claire Roberts. 10 minutes to get ready. Bar is loaded. 195 kilos to Claire.
So Claire's about 20 kilos behind, but it's not outside the realms of possibility because she's a big deadlifter. She's done 207.5 in the past.
That looks good.
So she just needs to keep putting numbers on the board now and then maybe go for a big pull at the end.
Yeah, you never know, especially when you're the biggest deadlifter, you can kind of decide if you want to shoot that shot or not at the end. As long as you keep yourself in the game, you stay close enough, that door can remain open.
Here comes Temi.
So let's see if Temi or Ziana here want to go past that 237.5 and be the biggest deadlift in British powerlifting history. Well, Temi looks strong.
She does. Okay, so Ziana, your move. 210 on the bar. She's done 217.5.
Let's see how this opener moves and see what that top end may very well be. You never know, when people are deadlifting this sort of number, the jumps can be ginormous between their first and their second.
Oh, wow. We have a fight on our hands here.
That was a fantastic opening lift, so who knows what this next jump's going to be. On our score sheet here, Temi's jumped to 220 on her second with a 15 kilo jump. It would not surprise me if Ziana did the same, maybe even more.
I think she's just going to try and stay ahead. Whatever it takes, just stay ahead. In fact, she's not quite ahead, is she? She's trailing by 5 kilos.
Yeah, so Ziana's job here is to either just go 2.5 more or match and then hope that you can do it on the last one. So that's exactly what they've done. They've matched Temi's jump, so they're going 225, and then I'm guessing they're just going to put on what they need at the end to do that. However, sometimes that does leave your lifter in a bit of a situation where they've got to do a bit of a big jump, where you could have kind of gotten a little bit further in front on that second.
So here's Leah with 155 on the bar.
Leah's got it moving. I wonder about the knees. 3 white lights.
And Rebecca Cogle is coming out next for 162.5.
All right, so Rebecca with 162.5 kilos on the bar here. Looks solid. And 3 white lights.
Catriona now, she missed 160 on her opener. She's gone straight to 170. It was lockout, wasn't it? It was soft lockout.
Yeah, I believe it was soft knees.
So here we go. Just need to get those knees locked out at the top.
got it moving, and
That looks better.
that looked good to me. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights, there you go. Close to a total.
So she knew her business.
Slightly risky strategy, but it paid off.
Nicholas Stimson, 180.
Loaded. 180 kilos, Nicholas Dixon.
Nice.
Really solid 2 attempts here from Nicholas. She's really building it up nicely.
Okay, here we have Victoria for 185. Bit of a tough lockout.
There we go. 3 white lights. 205 here for Claire, and you're right, she's really fit into that picture there with, you know, potentially challenging for first or second. Well, unlikely for first, but definitely for second. She could definitely push in on Rebecca Coggle here for second place.
So this will take second, won't it? This will move her up.
I believe so.
And she's got more in the tank.
Strong lockout there, wow.
Yeah.
Really good stuff.
Yeah, impressive pull from Claire. And now here we have it. We have the fight in the 84s. Temi coming out for 230. Up until about 20 minutes ago, she had the biggest pull in British powerlifting. So we know that 220 is not a challenging weight for her.
Martin Bass coaching there. Legend in British, of British powerlifting in my eyes, our coach. 220 kilos on the bar for Temi. She's got it moving fast. She looks strong.
Has she got another 20 though?
Let's see. So currently the British deadlift record stands at 235. So we may very well see lifters chip in that number, moving it around and winning on total. And it looks like both Ziana and potentially Temi are capable of that number today. This lift will tell us what we need to know.
Yep.
If it looks anything like her opener, she's going to be on for a very big deadlift. Wowee.
Oh, wow. Okay, it's on. We have a fight on our hands.
We may even see something like 243 kilos loaded here for Ziana.
162.5 kilos. She will be followed by Rebecca, Katrina, Nicola, Victoria, Claire, Temi, and Ziana.
Right, this is it. This is the third round in the final group. And we have Leah Moyer waiting to come out for 162.5.
Okay, so Ziana's coach Sam has just put in 240 kilos for Ziana, which, I mean, it looks like she could pull that right now. She doesn't have body weight on Temi. However, either of them could elect to choose to take the chip.
But I think we're going to see a few games. I think we're going to see some changes.
I think so. All right, Leah here with their final pull of the day. Final lift of the day.
Come on, Leah. Rip it up.
She's got it moving. Let's see.
And it's not going.
Not today.
Leaves her with a 4:12.5 total. Rebecca Coggle next. Sitting in third at the moment. This will move her ahead of Claire Roberts. This will put her in second. She looks relaxed and confident.
All right, Rebecca Coggle on the way out here. So she's trying to just really drive that gap between herself and potentially challenge Claire for that second spot now. This will take her 5 kilos in front of Claire, forcing Claire to pull north of 210 for second place. She locks it out. I think that's a 2.5 kilo PB for Rebecca. I could be wrong.
She's done 170.
That was 172.
Yeah, so 72.5. That was
So a small
2.5.
competition PB.
Yep.
180 is on the radar. Katrina Bell, Victoria Nicholas and follow.
Catriona Bell now. Gone up another 10.
All right, so 170 wasn't the easiest second attempt I've ever seen. But sometimes lifters have just got it, haven't they? They've just got that little deadlift magic in them.
And also, if it doesn't matter, why not let the lifter go out for whatever they want? Got it, 180 there. Gives her a 435 kilo total. Just off the podium.
Already in gold medal position.
So we've got Nicola here in the holding area.
Well, we've got Nicola there, but it's Victoria that's...
But Victoria should be coming out before her. And we're not sure where Victoria is.
So we're just sorting out who's actually coming out.
The bar is loaded. And 190 kilos for Victoria Carolina.
Here she comes, Victoria.
She is absolutely assured of the win here. She has the gold medal. She gave us the biggest bench we've ever seen at 130.
Let's see what the referees say here. She had to work for it a little bit. 3 white lights for Victoria. What a day.
And she's finished on 5:27.5.
Same weight, 190 kilos on the bar. Claire turning into the others to get ready.
Now here comes Nicola Stimpson, also for 190.
Bar is loaded. 190 kilos. Nicholas Stimpson.
All right, Nicola for 190. Let's see it.
That was a great final pull.
Nicola looks chuffed about that. I think she's had a pretty good day there.
I think she has, and I mean, she didn't get the squat record she wanted, but you know, it was so close. It'll definitely be there next time. And she has the bronze medal in the 84s. So this is for the silver medal in the supers.
The bar is loaded.
So this would take Claire in front of Rebecca Coggle and take second place.
5 kilos more than she has ever pulled before.
And then we've got the battle of the 84s. So if Temi does pull 230. Wow.
And she's got it. I think Claire's taken the silver.
Looked like Claire had more in her there.
It does.
Wow.
That is a silver medal and a deadlift PB, and there's no better PB in my opinion.
So Temi jumped 10 kilos.
So she's going to try to just stay ahead and force Ziana to do, you know, to attempt a weight that she can't pull.
So if it looks like there are no changes here by the looks of things.
Yeah,
so
I
if
think
Temi
Temi's
comes out and
coming
pulls
out.
this,
Yeah.
then if successful for the win, Ziana would have to pull 240.5 to win on total, because Temi has the lighter body weight.
This is for the British record total as well.
So this would take Temi's total to 527.5. Let's see if she's got it in her here. She's got the bar moving. Looks like Ziana's coach Sam is putting a change
That
here.
is a new British record. Well, she's extended her own British total record.
So Ziana has gone for 240.5.
240.5. This will be the biggest deadlift in British powerlifting history. It will be the British record deadlift, it will be the British record total, and it will be the gold medal in the 84 kilo class. So just a little bit riding on this one. She looks composed, she looks ready.
So Temi has also made the A standard qualifying total for the 84 kilo class, and this would also put Ziana in that bracket as well.
Can she do it? We're about to find out.
So they're just cleaning the bar here for Ziana.
The bar is on.
All right.
We're ready. Here it comes.
240.5 British record deadlift.
She has looked so strong.
And for the total, let's see if she can keep her composure here and just make it look like the last one. Got it moving, let's see. Oh my goodness.
She's sticking with it. Oh my God, she just can't quite make it. That was the most epic pull. I thought it was going. She was so patient. She kept pulling, but her grip went in the end. You know, I think she's got nothing to be ashamed of there. That was an absolutely phenomenal performance.
And let's not forget that Temi, you know, is an international veteran.
Yeah.
Great lifter. Just what a fantastic show that was at the end there. What a battle.
So, Temi is the British champion once again.
Sophia, biggest deadlift in British
Wow, yeah,
powerlifting
Sophia
history.
kept it. Sophia kept it. We have a lifter in the 76 kilo class who has the biggest deadlift in British powerlifting. So we've seen some things today, Alex. We've had so many British records. We've had so many superlatives, really. We've had the biggest bench we've ever seen before. We've had the biggest deadlift we've ever seen before. We've had battles throughout the classes. New champions crowned, old champions confirmed. Joy Namani pulling world records, unofficial world records. Bobby Butters totaling unofficial world records.
Absolutely. It's been absolutely ridiculous. Is the
I
only
think
word that
that's the right word for it, ridiculous. There's been so many absolutely brilliant performances, and I wouldn't have been anywhere else in the world today. So this has been the British Women's Classic Championship. This has been brought to you by the phenomenal White Lights media crew. My name's Jo Whiteley. I've been here with Alex Pearson-Jones, and we'd like to wish you good night from Scotland.
Right, Bernie, you ready? So we'll start with the women's 57 kilo category. So in third place, with a total of 417.5 kilos, Ruth Greig. Also, I should have said before I started, apologies if I pronounce your name right. I'm purely going to blame that on being Scottish and unable to pronounce it right. The second place in the ladies' 57 kilo class with a 475.5 total, Bobby Butter. And in first place in the women's 57 class with a massive 4.92.5, Joy Gabby. On to the 76 kilo category now. In third place with a 4.95 total, Emily Greenway. In second place with a 510.5 kilogram total, Susanna Argyle. And then first place in the women's 76 kilo class with a 525.5 kilogram total, Sophia Ellis. In second place with a 512.5 total, Ziana Azariah. And in first place in the women's 84 kilo class with a 527.5 kilo total, Timothy. And now on to the 84 plus kilo category. In third place with a 507.5, Rebecca Kogo. In second place with a 510 total, Claire Roberts. And in first place in the 84 plus category with a 527.5, Victoria Cavalier. And on to the best lifter for today for the British Women's Classic Championship. In first place, separated by only 4 GL points with 115.68, Joy Miami. Well done, congratulations. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Congratulations to all the lifters today. You were all absolutely phenomenal. The day was super smooth, so congrats. And just one last thank you to all the Scottish Powerlifting Committee, Director Bernie McGurk, Chairman Will Brown,